Chapter 734. Confidence. At this moment, the scholar possessed the confidence to be invincible. He possessed the strength to do so. The unknown realm. Not to mention now, this realm was ranked amongst the top even in the entire history of the Skyearth world. The unknown realm was an expert that stood at the top of the pyramid. He wanted to fight. At this moment, the scholar's heart was filled with battle intent. All along the way, his mental state had changed from fear to fearlessness, and this change in mental state had allowed him to break through his shackles and arrive at the legendary unknown realm. Now he urgently needed a battle. If he fought the woman in a plain dress, then perhaps he would be able to improve further. The woman in a plain dress turned to look at the scholar. Her expression was calm, and her gaze was indifferent. Her gaze was slightly hurtful, and it was like a lofty god looking down at an ant on the mortal world. The scholar slowly clenched his right hand. "Please provide me with your guidance." As soon as he spoke, a formidable aura suddenly swept out from within him, and then it enveloped the woman in a plain dress. However, this aura vanished without a trace before it could even approach the woman in a plain dress. The scholar frowned slightly when he saw this, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the woman in a plain dress. "Please provide me with your guidance." The one-legged man glanced at the scholar, and the woman in a plain dress in silence. The woman in a plain dress gazed at the scholar in silence. The scholar's expression turned icy cold. "I seek a battle." "You." The one-legged man suddenly said. "She's already attacked." The scholar looked at the one-legged man and frowned. "What do you mean?" The one-legged man gazed at the scholar in silence. The scholar was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly covered his throat with both hands. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. At this moment, the scholar was completely stunned. He looked at the woman in a plain dress in disbelief. When did you attack?" The woman in a plain dress didn't answer the scholar. She turned to look at the nearby black coffin, and no one knew what she was thinking. The scholar intended to ask something else, but the one-legged man spoke abruptly. "Her sword transcends time and space. Simply put, you're too weak, so you weren't able to see her attack." The scholar suddenly roared furiously. "No, I'm in the unknown realm. How could I possibly not be able to see her attack? Impossible." At this time, the one-legged man suddenly said, "Weakness limits your imagination." "Pooh." The scholar directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His gaze turned sluggish. At this moment, the martial Dao faith in his mind instantly collapsed. He had cultivated his entire life, and even reached the uncharted realm. Yet he couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. At that moment, the one-legged man suddenly said, "She is just a clone." The scholar was stunned, and in the next moment, his body fell backward. The instant he fell, a talisman suddenly flew out of his hand. This talisman passed through the layers of the starry heavens, and finally arrived before the heavenly gate of the profound yellow great realm's Sky Dome realm. In front of the heaven gate, the white-haired elder opened his right hand, and the talisman fell into his hand before burning. At the same time a voice sounded out. "You can't." Just these two words. "I can't?" The white-haired old man frowned slightly. After a moment of silence he said softly, "Don't be careless." With that he turned around and left. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over, and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two little hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, My brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yilang, suddenly smiled and said, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yilang inherits the position of crown prince. What are you shouting for? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yilang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I am Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yilang nodded. You are good. After I become the Crown Prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. I will go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. I will do anything for you. Yilang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yiling, seeing Yiling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder coldly replied. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhangmu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhangmu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhangmu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhangmu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhangmu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhangmu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhangmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhangmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhangmu's chest. Pooh. Zhangmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhangmu's face. Zhangmu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhangmu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Chapter 735. Just at that moment, Shang Guanxian blocked in front of Seven. She bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." Seven said, "Let's talk in the future." After saying that, she pulled Yi Xian and disappeared into the distance. Within the hall, Jiang Jiu and Shang Guanxian were stunned. In the clouds, Yi Xian and Seven flew on their swords. On the way, Yi Xian looked at Seven. "Seven, what is going on?" Seven said, "I am bringing you to a place." Yi Xian asked, "Where?" Seven said, "You will know when you get there." Yi Xian. About an hour later, Shaoqi brought Yi Xian to a forest. In the forest, he saw the Grand Elder of the Taoism faction. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian and didn't say a word. Seven looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me later." Yi Xian nodded. "What are we going to do?" Seven said, "To inherit the legacy." "Legacy?" Yi Xian was stunned and then asked, "What legacy?" Seven said, "I don't know yet." Yi Xian nodded and then he looked at the Grand Elder. "Senior seems a little unhappy." The Grand Elder said calmly, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked into the distance. Seven looked at Yi Xian. "After this matter, I will return to the God country. You can't face those things alone." After saying that, she disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian kept silent. He didn't have any complaints towards Seven. This was because he knew what kind of person Shaoqi was. She would never run away from her responsibilities. A moment later, Yi Xian shook his head. No matter what, he still hoped that Seven would return. Seven wasn't weaker than him at all, and with Seven there, the pressure on him would be much smaller. Moreover, the God Hall belonged to Seven. Roughly an hour later, Yi Xian followed Shaoqi and the Great Elder to a desert. The Great Elder and Shaoqi didn't fly but walked. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the Grand Elder. "Senior, do you know much about the deities Templar?" Grand Elder said indifferently, "You can say so." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what's your relationship with the Divine Hall?" Great Elder said, "Hostile." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Then why don't you go out and kill them?" The Great Elder glanced at Yi Xian. "Do you think it's that easy?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Senior, just what kind of force is this deity Templar? Why so mysterious?" "Mysterious?" The Great Elder shook his head. "You are the most mysterious person." Yi Xian was stunned. "Me?" The Great Elder's face was expressionless. "You know the founding masters of a few large powers in Xianhuang Great World. Moreover, you have such a mysterious woman in a plain dress behind you. No matter if it's my Taoist faction or the deities Templar, none of us know anything about her. Aren't you mysterious?" When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Yi Xian. "Tell me the truth. Do you know the ancestors of my Taoist faction?" Yi Xian was speechless. Not far away, Shaoqi glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You really know quite a lot of people." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Actually, I don't know them at all. But they seem to know me." The Great Elder asked, "Who is your father?" Yi Xian shrugged. "I don't know." The Great Elder fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "It might be because of your father. Of course, it might be because of your previous life as well." "Previous life?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Maybe," the Great Elder said softly. "Let me tell you about the temple." Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. He knew too little about this temple. The Great Elder said softly, "The temple is a very, very ancient force. It can be said that they have existed since the early days of the birth of the four-dimensional universe. Together with my Taoist faction and the ancient monster clan, they can be said to be the oldest force in the four-dimensional universe." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The ancient monster clan?" The Great Elder nodded. "An extremely powerful demon clan. However, they seem to have disappeared." Yi Xian asked, "They seem to have disappeared?" The Great Elder nodded slightly. At that time, the ancient monster clan and Attendo went to another unknown universe. After that, there was no news of them. My Taoist faction once sent people to investigate, but they found that they have all disappeared. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly, and his expression became quite solemn. If they were killed by someone, then how strong would that person be? If they were not killed by someone, then why would they disappear without a trace? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Could it be that someone from the fifth dimension did it? The great elder shook his head. Since ancient times, the fifth dimension has always been a legend, until the appearance of the pagoda in your body. That pagoda proved that the fifth dimension really exists. Once you enter the fifth dimension, it is said that you can reverse life and death and achieve immortality. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then said, Senior, is immortality really that important? The great elder glanced at Yi Xian and sneered. If you don't cultivate, you can at most live for 100 years. If you cultivate, you can live for a few hundred years. And many people have lived for thousands of years. Do you know what these people fear the most? It is death. It is getting closer and closer to death. If you don't break through, you will get closer and closer to death. You don't feel that now because cultivating is like cheating for you. Moreover, you have so many treasures on you. However, not everyone is like you. Do you understand? Yi Xian was speechless. Seven suddenly said, He is working hard too. The great elder was expressionless. He is working hard and his background is stronger than the other. It is really unlucky for the God Hall to meet you. Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, to be honest, I didn't offend them first. They were the ones who wanted to mess with me and I was forced to fight back. The great elder shook his head. Little fellow, the God Hall isn't that simple. They have developed to this day and their foundations are so deep that even our Taoist faction doesn't know about them. Although you aren't simple, you have to be careful when you meet them. Yi Xian looked at the great elder. Senior, isn't your Taoist faction prepared to fight them? The great elder didn't say anything. Yi Xian said with a smile. Are you going to wait until I finish the fight with them before you leave the mountain? The great elder said, You don't have to worry about that. Yi Xian shrugged and didn't say anything else. He didn't place his hopes on the gate. At this moment, the grand elder suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked up and saw a magnificent city at the end of the horizon. The city was enormous, and the city walls alone were nearly 1,000 feet tall. Even though he was far away from it, Yi Xian could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. The sky above the city was covered in dark clouds. Around the city, black crows would fly past. It was really desolate. Yi Xian's eyes landed in front of the city gate. A few hundred feet away from the gate, there was a giant iron pillar. A middle-aged man was tied to it. His long hair covered his face, and one couldn't see what he looked like. The great elder said, Let's go. After saying that, he brought Yi Xian and Seven to the front of the iron pillar. On it, there would be black crows circling. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the man on the pillar. This is? The first elder said softly. He was once a human king, and also the last human king in human history. Human king. Yi Xian said, Senior, what kind of existence is this human king you speak of? The great elder said, It is the human king. In the early days of the four-dimensional universe, many living beings appeared. Humans were one of them. At that time, humans had many powerful enemies, such as the ancient monster clan, the heavenly demon clan, and other unknown beings. At that time, the first human king led the human race to survive on this land. At that time, our human king was on equal footing with the kings of other races and the so-called gods. And towards the end, as he spoke, he looked at the man on the pillar and softly said, The human race is too strong, and those so-called gods are afraid. Therefore, the gods began to target the human race. The man in front of you is the last human king in the history of the human race. He has failed. Therefore, he was punished by the gods as a warning to the human race to fear and obey the gods. Yi Xian said, Senior, there doesn't seem to be any difference now. The great elder sneered. There isn't any difference? Do you know why everyone in the outside world only knows about the unknown realm, but not what lies beyond it? Yi Xian said, It has something to do with the gods. The great elder said coldly, The gods above only allow humans to reach the unknown realm. This is why forces like the Xianyuan clan do not have any unknown realm experts, because they do not allow humans who are too strong to appear. Yi Xian said. As far as I know, forces like the Xianyuan clan once had unknown realm experts. The Great Elder looked at Yi Xian. Then do you know that they could have had more unknown realm experts? As for the few that appeared, it was just the divine race's doing. They control the human experts, but they will not completely exterminate them. This is because they want other humans to see hope, to let other humans feel that they cannot break through because of themselves. This is why there are so few unknown realm experts even in the Xianhuan Great World. Yi Xian frowned. They control the human experts? The Great Elder said coldly. Not only do they control the human experts, but they also control the experts of other clans, such as the demon race and some ancient clans. They control anyone who poses a threat to them. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. You are an anomaly. Even without that treasure, they would not tolerate you. Now you just have to pray that the woman behind you is strong enough. Otherwise, even 100 of you will die without a burial. Yi Xian glanced at the Great Elder. Great Elder, what about your Taoist sect? What kind of power is your Taoist sect? The Great Elder was expressionless. It has nothing to do with you. Remember, it was Little Seventh who sent you here. What you obtain later will depend on your own fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the man on the pillar. The next moment he waved his right hand, and countless golden lights shot into the sky. These golden lights enveloped the man, and soon, the man's body began to tremble. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the distant horizon. Impudent! As soon as the voice fell, a monstrous pressure suddenly descended from the sky. P.S. The recent updates have not been good. I have reflected on myself. It's my fault. If there are readers in the comments section who give suggestions or are dissatisfied, other readers should not attack them. This is what I deserve. The readers have spent money, and if they are unhappy, they can say it. Really, as long as they do not scold their loved ones, I will not delete them even if they scold me. Moreover, I will reflect on myself. Humans need to be spurred on. To be honest, the fact that they are still scolding me proves that they are still reading my book and still care about it. This proves that there is still hope for me. If there comes a day when there are no more people to scold, then there really is no hope for me. Therefore, whether it is the book review section manager or the readers, if someone gives suggestions or is too angry, everyone should not maliciously attack them, let alone say that they like reading it or not. They are not reading a pirated version. They have spent money, so they deserve my respect. In short, thank you everyone for your support. Thank you for your company. Chapter 736. Yi Xian raised his head. In the distant sky, a powerful force of pressure swept down. The Divine Hall. Yi Xian didn't attack, and he just gazed at the Grand Elder who stood nearby. The Grand Elder glanced coldly at the sky, and then a black shadow suddenly shot into the sky. Bang! As the black shadow shot up, the pressure in the sky instantly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, another voice resounded from high above the clouds. How audacious! As soon as the voice resounded, a figure flew down from the clouds. As for the black shadow, it charged directly towards the figure. Bang! A shocking explosion suddenly resounded from high above the clouds. At the same time, a furious shout resounded. How dare you! As the voice faded, a few more explosions rang out in the clouds. Yi Xian looked at the Grand Elder from below. The latter paid no attention to the experts from the Divine Hall, and his gaze was fixed on the Human King. At this moment, the Human King's body was trembling slightly. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. Could it be that the door intends to resurrect the Human King? Suddenly, a black-clothed man with a spear in his hand charged down from high above the clouds. Bang! In an instant, a monstrous pressure swept down from the sky. The pressure had locked onto the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder didn't attack, because a robust man had moved to meet the black-clothed man with a spear. Seeing that, Yi Xian could not help but throw the Grand Elder a look. It turned out that the Taoist faction had prepared for this. The four of them were fighting in the sky. As for the Human King below, after he was enveloped by the golden light, Some strange red runes appeared on his body, and these red runes started to dim bit by bit. At this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes were solemn. Suddenly, a figure shot down from high above the clouds. The figure was extremely swift to the point Yi Xian couldn't see it clearly. How formidable! Yi Xian's expression was solemn as well. Obviously, a true expert had appeared in the divine hall. Before the figure could approach the Great Elder, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the Great Elder. The old man wore a simple robe, and his figure looked a little thin. From his appearance, he was simply too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. The old man looked indifferently at the figure in front of him. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! The figure was forced to stop in place. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man and smiled. Dao Sex Old Ku, I didn't expect you to come out as well. Old Bitterness looked at the middle-aged man. Zhang Yu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Zhang Yu smiled and said, a little disappointed? Old Bitterness said indifferently, what are you disappointed about? Don't think too highly of yourself. Zhang Yu laughed. Come, let's exchange 2 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword on his back suddenly unsheathed. Chi. A beam of sword light slashed towards Lao Ku. Lao Ku took a step forward and punched out at the same time. Rumble. The beam of sword light shattered. At the same time, a sword stabbed towards the center of his forehead. However, his body actually forcefully resisted this attack. However, the powerful force contained within the sword caused the old man to retreat repeatedly. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly punched forward once more. Rumble. Zhang Yu was instantly blasted flying. At the same time, a powerful aura swept through the surroundings. Boom. The space in front of the old man started to collapse layer by layer. It was an extremely shocking scene. Yi Xian looked at the Grand Elder who stood nearby. At this moment, the talismans around the human king were growing fainter and fainter. He's about to be revived? Yi Xian was filled with anticipation. He definitely hoped that the human king would be revived because the Dao sect was clearly enemies with the God Hall. If the human king were to be revived, then he would definitely cause trouble for the God Hall. At this moment, he hoped that someone would draw away the God Hall's firepower. Meanwhile, Seven walked over to Yi Xian's side. She glanced at the sky and said, "Be careful later." Yi Xian said softly, "Will the God Hall do something big?" Seven nodded. "It should be." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "You have to be careful as well." Seven gazed at Yi Xian. "I'm sorry for troubling you with the matters of the Divine Kingdom." Yi Xian shook his head. "We're friends." Friends. In Yi Xian's heart, he'd always treated Seven as a friend. Seven nodded slightly, and was about to speak when she suddenly raised her head. The heaven entrance had appeared once more in the distant horizon. Seven frowned slightly when she saw this. The Grand Elder's expression became extremely solemn at this moment, and he started to speed up madly. A white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of the heaven entrance. The white-haired old man looked down. He glanced at Yi Xian, and then at the Grand Elder who stood before Yi Xian. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 armored figures suddenly appeared behind him. In the next moment, these 3 armored figures had appeared above the Grand Elder, and at practically the exact same moment, 3 afterimages charged towards these 3 armored figures. The white-haired old man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. They came prepared? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. In the sky hiss. A tearing sound resounded. In the next moment, it was like an enormous hole had been torn open in the sky, and a spatial rift that was over 3 kilometers long had appeared there. The rift was still expanding, and it arrived above the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. The Great Elder still didn't move. At this moment, a huge object suddenly flew out from the space above the Great Elder's head. In the next moment, this huge object directly collided with the white-haired old man. Bang! In an instant, the white-haired old man was blasted over 1 kilometer back. Yi Xian gazed at the enormous creature. It was a demon beast that looked like a tiger, but it had 2 horns on its head. Moreover, its limbs were thick like pillars, and they were covered in pitch-black scales. The demon beast's fangs were as long as a human's arm, and their edges were sharp like blades. As soon as the demon beast appeared, Yi Xian's expression became solemn once more. Danger. That was his first thought. The demon beast's aura wasn't any weaker than the Emperor Hound's aura. The white-haired old man frowned slightly as he stood before the demon beast. A heavenly fiend tiger. As he spoke, he gazed at the Grand Elder who stood nearby. Your Taoist sect has really put in a lot of effort. Meanwhile, the heavenly fiend tiger suddenly roared, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that charged towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly vanished. Bang! Along with an explosion, the heavenly fiend tiger was blasted away. The white-haired old man didn't pursue it, and he turned around and charged towards the Grand Elder instead. Suddenly, the Grand Elder roared furiously. Little Seven, stop him! As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly slashed towards the white-haired old man. The ray of light was extremely swift, and it arrived before the white-haired old man in the blink of an eye. Bang! The white-haired old man was actually pushed back by Little Seven's sword, and he was pushed back hundreds of feet. In front of Little Seven, the white-haired old man looked at Little Seven. You're the little girl with the fate of a human monarch. Little Seven didn't speak. She pointed her sword diagonally towards the ground, and the sword in her hand trembled slightly. The white-haired old man sneered, and he pointed at the human monarch on the pillar not far away. Do you see that? This is the fate of a human monarch. Little Seven suddenly disappeared. Chi! A ray of sword light pierced through the air. Not far away, the white-haired old man flicked his sleeves, and the space in front of him suddenly surged like a wave. Little Seven's ray of sword light was directly engulfed by this space, and at the same time, Little Seven retreated rapidly. The white-haired old man didn't care about Little Seven, and his figure trembled as he charged towards the Grand Elder. Not far away, the Grand Elder's expression changed. At this moment, Little Seven appeared in front of the white-haired old man again, and she suddenly stomped her right foot. 10,000 swords flying immortal. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous illusory swords of energy suddenly flew out from her body, and they slashed towards the white-haired old man in succession. The white-haired old man's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly retreated explosively. However, the swords were even faster, and the white-haired old man blocked them as he retreated. In the blink of an eye, he'd retreated over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the swords of energy that had flown out had suddenly combined into an enormous sword. The white-haired old man's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and he didn't dare act carelessly. He raised his hands, and a golden shield of energy suddenly appeared above him. At the same time, the space in front of him started to shrink layer by layer, and it formed a thick spatial barrier. This spatial barrier was like a wall, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. Suddenly Little Seven shouted furiously from afar, "Slash!" As soon as she finished speaking, the enormous sword suddenly slashed down from midair. In an instant, the space in the path of the enormous sword was directly torn apart. This sword slashed directly against the spatial barrier. Bang! The entire spatial barrier shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. Meanwhile, Little Seven suddenly shouted furiously, "Slash again!" As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the enormous sword. Bang! The spatial barrier instantly collapsed, and the enormous sword descended in a straight line and slashed down against the shield of energy above the white-haired old man. Bang! The entire shield instantly collapsed, and in an instant, the white-haired old man was pushed almost 3 kilometers back. After he stopped, a wisp of blood flowed from the corner of the white-haired old man's mouth, and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression as he looked up at Little Seven. "What sort of freak are you?" Yi Xian was quite shocked in his heart as well. Little Seven's strength isn't just a few times stronger than before. Little Seven glanced at the white-haired old man, but she didn't speak and just walked back to the Grand Elder's side. The white-haired old man gazed at the human king on the pillar. At this moment, the talismans around the human king had almost vanished completely. Those talismans were restrictions, and once the restrictions vanished, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly became unsightly, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "Hello." The white-haired old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, What are you so proud of? Yixian laughed. Seeing you get beaten makes me happy. Haha. The white-haired old man glared at Yixian, and Yixian laughed. Don't look at me like that. If you have the ability, then come and hit me. The white-haired old man looked coldly at Yixian. You're cheap. Once that plain-dress woman dies, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. Yixian's smile disappeared. You have to go find her. The white-haired old man sneered. What do you think? Yixian. Chapter 737. They were looking for the plain-dressed woman. Yixian had never expected that the deity Templar would actually want to look for the plain-dressed woman. This time he really didn't understand. Why did these people insist on looking for the plain-dressed woman? Could it be that they had obsessive-compulsive disorder? He knew that the main reason these people were going against the plain-dressed woman was because he was too weak. From the deity Templar's point of view, as long as they dealt with the plain-dressed woman, he, Yixian, would be like an ant on the ground, and they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, he hadn't been treated seriously by the deity Templar yet. Thinking of this, Yixian felt somewhat helpless. He looked at the white-haired elder not far away. Old man, tell me honestly, am I really that weak? Don't tell me I don't have any bright spots? The white-haired elder looked at Yixian. Yixian, you aren't weak, but your opponent is my deity Templar. In front of my deity Templar, not to mention you. Even the plain-dressed woman behind you is like an ant. Yixian spread his hands. Then why don't you go and kill her? The white-haired elder sneered. That's because the true experts of my deity Templar aren't here, otherwise, she would have died 100 times over. Yixian was about to speak when Lian Qian's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Don't talk to a retard, keep your distance from a retard. Yixian. At this moment, the white-haired elder suddenly said, Yixian. Yixian looked at the white-haired elder, who pointed at the nearby human king. Did you see what happened to him? This person was the human king, and his strength back then could be said to be heaven-defying, but what happened to him? Yixian was about to speak, but at this moment, the human king in front of the great elder suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. In an instant, the sky changed color. A true change. The dark clouds above the city behind the human king actually scattered at this moment. Not only that, but the surrounding ground began to tremble, and countless black crows retreated like the tide. Soon, a ray of sunlight sprinkled on the ground. As Yixian looked at that human sovereign, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Not far from Yixian, the white-haired old man calmly watched that sovereign personage. Just at this moment, the sovereign personage suddenly raised his head and looked at the heavenly gate of the Sky Dome realm. The aura of a deity. In front of human king, the great elder quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, human king. The experts of the Tao sect bowed successively as well. Greetings, mortal king. On the other hand, the expressions of the experts from deities Templar turned solemn. Sovereign personage. They did not know what it meant to be a human king, but they could feel the power of this man before them. Truly powerful. Yixian's expression turned solemn. The man in front of him gave him a dangerous feeling. It was extremely dangerous. The person in front of him had definitely surpassed the so-called unknown realm. Right at this moment, black lightning suddenly gathered above the clouds. Seeing this, the faces of the people of the divine hall below changed drastically, and they all retreated. The expression of the Tao sect's great elder also changed. This is deity's punishment. Retreat quickly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately retreated with Shaoqi. They only stopped after retreating a kilometer away. As for Yixian, he had already retreated more than 10 kilometers away. The instant that black lightning appeared, he had already retreated. The situation was not good. Yixian was already prepared to flee. The deities Templar and the Tao sect might be going all out. Yixian looked at the nearby human king expressionlessly as he stared at the bolt of black lightning. Just at this moment, the bolt of black lightning suddenly descended. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky was set ablaze. An overwhelming pressure swept down as if it wanted to crush the world. It was incomparably horrifying. The human king said softly, "Deity's punishment?" As soon as he spoke, he waved his right hand. Boom! A golden light soared into the sky. In an instant, that black lightning disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the white-haired old man and the others immediately changed. The human king's strength was much stronger than they'd imagined. The human king turned around to look at the Grand Elder and the others. All of you are. The Grand Elder hurriedly bowed respectfully. All of us are descendants of the human race. When he spoke up to this point, he was slightly excited. Now that His Majesty the human king has been resurrected, our human race will prosper. The human king shook his head, and then he looked up into the sky and gazed into the distance. The power of the gods is unprecedentedly strong. As he spoke, he looked at himself and shook his head again. How can I resist them with a crippled body? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, don't be discouraged. The deity's Templar isn't that strong. Moreover, we have no way out. Because even if we don't attack them, they won't let us go. The human king looked at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, he opened his palm. In an instant, the World Prism Pagoda in Yi Xian's body flew out and landed firmly in his palm. The pagoda. Seeing the pagoda, the eyes of the experts from the deity's Templar immediately became fiery. A fifth-dimensional treasure. Even the eyes of the experts from the Dao sect became fiery. Regarding this fifth-dimensional treasure, the Dao sect was also tempted. However, because of Shao Qi, the Dao sect did not make a move against Yi Xian. Moreover, with the deity's Templar present, the Dao sect temporarily gave up on this fifth-dimensional treasure. This was because the Dao sect could not afford the revenge of Yi Xian and the deity's Templar. However, this did not mean that they had truly given up on this fifth-dimensional treasure. This was the key to entering the fifth dimension. Not far away, Yi Xian looked at the human king, not saying anything. The human king sized up the pagoda in his hand, and then softly said, Fifth dimension. Yi Xian asked, Senior, do you recognize this item? The human king looked at Yi Xian. This item is not a fourth-dimensional item. The aura of the Grand Tao it contains does not belong to the fourth dimension. Therefore, it should come from the legendary fifth dimension. Yi Xian nodded. It indeed comes from the fifth dimension. The human king softly said, Fifth dimension. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. You are not simple to actually have such a treasure. The karma of this item is extremely strong. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. However, you were able to live until now. Logically speaking, you should have died long ago. Yi Xian. Not far away, the white-haired old man suddenly said, Sire, you do not know. The young man in front of you has a lot of people backing him up. However, he will soon have no backers. The human king glanced at the white-haired old man. You are a human. The white-haired old man softly said, Yes. The human king expressionlessly said, If you don't want to be a human, why do you want to be a god's dog? The white-haired old man's face became somewhat gloomy. Because gods can make me stronger. The human king shook his head. Without them, you can become stronger. It is them who deprive you of the right to become stronger. The white-haired old man softly said, I believe that you did not resurrect just to talk about this with me, right? The human king ignored the white-haired old man. He looked at Yi Xian and lightly smiled. What do you think of humans and those so-called gods? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, The human race should become stronger. We humans should not become those so-called gods' dogs. Haha. The human king laughed. Good. Well said. Our human race should become stronger. Fortunately, after countless years, our human race still has such a brave man. Not far away, the white-haired old man suddenly said, He is flattering you. The human king suddenly looked at the white-haired old man. Noisy. As his voice fell, he waved his right hand. Bang. The white-haired old man was instantly blasted thousands of meters away, and his body directly dissipated without a trace. His soul also became illusory at this moment. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the deity's Templar experts instantly became extremely solemn, and all of them quickly retreated. As for the white-haired old man, he was completely stunned. At this moment, He finally understood how terrifying a human king was. The white-haired old man, who was already in soul form, suddenly turned around and was about to flee. His soul hadn't completely disappeared, and if he returned to the deity's Templar, he would be able to repair his soul and reconstruct his body. But at the moment he turned around, a sword light suddenly stabbed into his soul. Soul-suppressing sword. This sword stabbed into the white-haired old man's body, and his soul instantly trembled violently. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian, who had appeared in front of him, and roared, "Yi Xian! Shameless villain, you took advantage of me when I was weak." Yi Xian grinned. "You bully the young, aren't you shameless?" "Ah." The white-haired old man still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up! Little soul, absorb it!" As his voice fell, the soul-suppressing sword directly absorbed the white-haired old man's soul. "Wow!" Within Yi Xian's mind, Little Soul's voice suddenly resounded. "Young lord, this soul is great nourishment." Yi Xian laughed. "Great nourishment is good." Finished speaking, he looked at the deity's Templar powerhouses on the right. At this moment, these deities' Templar powerhouses had extremely ugly expressions. They were about to attack, but at this time, Yi Xian suddenly returned to Human King's side. "Everyone." Human King glanced at Yi Xian. "You are a swordsman?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, I am a swordsman." Human King slightly nodded, then handed the prison pagoda in his hand back to Yi Xian. "Take good care of this item. For you, since you can bear its karma, you can also enjoy the good fortune it brings." Yi Xian put away the prison pagoda, then said, "Senior doesn't want this item?" Human King laughed. "Only the weak and foolish would forcibly take something that doesn't belong to them." Yi Xian was silent. At this time, Human King looked at Grand Elder and the others. "Since you all respect me, then do you all listen to my words?" Grand Elder and the others hurriedly nodded. "Of course." Human King slightly nodded. "Just now, I saw greed in your eyes. Remember, this item is not something you all can possess. Do not have any designs on this item." Saying this, he paused, then added, "Do not have any designs on this item at any time." The Dao sect people looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. At this time, Human King asked again, "What?" Grand Elder and the others were startled. Grand Elder quickly said, "We will definitely not have any designs on this item. Your Majesty, the deity's Templar powerhouses should be arriving soon. Why don't we leave first?" Human King lightly laughed. "This universe is under the control of the deity's Templar. Where can we go?" Saying this, he looked up at the Sky Dome realm and softly said, "They're coming. P.S. Don't dare to play football monthly ticket. Everyone, just give me some recommendation votes." Chapter 738. It's here? Yi Xian raised his head. In the distant clouds, a black and red divine lightning had quietly condensed. Black and red divine lightning. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they saw this bolt of lightning. The experts of the temple had already retreated to the Sky Dome realm. Below, the expressions of the Dao sect experts became extremely grave. This divine lightning was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. Even an unknown realm expert would find it difficult to withstand the force of the fall. Below, the Great Elder hurriedly looked at Human King and said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, should we retreat first?" "Retreat?" Human King shook his head. "They have trapped me for so many years. How can they let me return to the world?" The Great Elder said with a trembling voice, "With your Majesty's strength." Human King said softly, "They are stronger than ever before." Saying this, he looked at the Great Elder and the others. "Let's go." The Great Elder hesitated. "Your Majesty, are you really not coming with us?" Human King shook his head. "I can't." Saying this, he suddenly looked at Xiaoqi not far away. With a point of his finger, a golden light suddenly entered Xiaoqi's forehead. At the same time, a golden square seal steadily landed in front of Xiaoqi. "This is the human ruler seal. From now on, you are the human race's ruler. As for your future path, you can choose it yourself. There is no need to bear any burden because it is too tiring." Xiaoqi looked at the human ruler seal and nodded slightly. She put away the human ruler seal. In an instant, A purple light directly enveloped Xiaoqi. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoqi's entire body trembled violently. A purple light directly enveloped her body. Seeing this scene, the Great Elder immediately became excited. Crepe Myrtle Star Qi. This was the Crepe Myrtle Star Qi. In the past, this Qi was ranked third, second only to the legendary Yin and Yang Qi. With the protection of the Crepe Myrtle Star Qi, Xiaoqi was invincible. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of Human King. Senior. Is there anything suitable for me? The Great Elder's mouth twitched. Yi Xian, have some face. Yi Xian ignored the Great Elder. He looked at Human King and quickly said, Senior, I'm a bit poor. If Senior has something you don't need, you can give it to me. I want it all. The Great Elder was somewhat dissatisfied. Yi Xian, that's enough. Right at this moment, the Human King suddenly smiled and said, What a rare opportunity. With that said, he flicked his finger, and a golden storage ring flew toward Yi Xian. You can have the trinkets inside. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the storage ring. Just as he was about to take a look, the Human King suddenly said, You guys leave first. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Not far away, the First Elder was about to say something when Human King spoke again. Let's go. The First Elder and the others looked at the horizon and bowed slightly to the Human King. Then they turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at the Human King and also bowed. Then he turned around and left. At this moment, above the gate of heaven, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped Yi Xian, who was below. Yi Xian's expression changed. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. Within that bolt of lightning, a woman had appeared out of nowhere. It was a woman wearing a white dress. Not only was the woman wearing a white dress, but her hair was also pure white. There was a cinnabar between her eyebrows. The woman's eyes were covered with a white cloth. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that the woman was looking at him. The woman looked down. You are that Yi Xian. Her voice carried an invisible pressure that made it difficult for people to breathe. What a powerful woman. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman. That's me. The woman was expressionless. Deity Temple is a bunch of idiots. You're so weak, yet they didn't deal with you first. Instead, they went to find that woman in a white dress. They are so stupid. Today let me deal with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually waved her hand. In an instant, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The target of this bolt of lightning was Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. This woman actually didn't play by the rules. Yi Xian didn't take it head-on. He turned around and ran. However, the divine lightning directly chased after him. Yi Xian ran madly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant horizon. The woman in the white dress wanted to make another move, but at this moment, the Human King suddenly laughed. Your target is me. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura directly locked onto the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress withdrew her gaze from the distant Yi Xian. She looked at the Human King below. Human King, you only have yourself to blame for ending up like this. The Human King laughed. You gods want to be high and mighty, above the human race. You want people to worship you. My human race will never become the slaves of the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot and turned into a beam of golden light that soared into the sky. In the sky, the woman in the white dress sneered. It seems that the gods making the human race pass down their inheritance was a wrong decision. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and slammed it down. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, directly blasting the golden light above the Human King's head. Rumble! In an instant, the entire horizon shook violently, and the surrounding space started to collapse layer by layer. At this moment, the golden light suddenly shattered the bolt of lightning. In the next instant, the golden light appeared above the clouds. Rumble! Rumble! Explosions resounded continuously in the entire horizon. The surrounding space continuously collapsed, and it was spreading rapidly in all directions. At this moment, the entire black-yellow great world was shocked. All the experts looked at the Sky Dome realm. Someone was fighting with the deity's hall. On the other side, Yi Xian stopped. The divine lightning was still behind him. He turned around and slashed down with his sword. This slash directly tore the lightning apart. However, he himself was also forced back 100 zhang. Yi Xian put away the executing heaven sword and looked up at the horizon. In the distant horizon, it was pitch black. The entire space in the sky had already been annihilated and shattered. In that pitch-black spatial black hole, the two were still fighting. Countless lightning bolts appeared continuously. It was like the end of the world. Who would win? Naturally, Yi Xian hoped that the human king would win. However, he had a bad premonition. At this moment, a 7-colored divine lightning suddenly appeared in the spatial black hole. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking explosion, a figure retreated rapidly from the spatial black hole. This person was the human king. In the process of retreating, the golden light around the human king started to dissipate bit by bit. Defeated. Below, Yi Xian's expression sank. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired woman in the sky. This woman was not just ordinarily strong. The white-haired woman looked at the human king not far away. What a joke! The invincible human king of the past is actually so weak. Saying this, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Xian below. I will deal with you later. Yi Xian was expressionless. Do you really think I am afraid of you? The white-haired woman's expression was cold. You are as weak as a chicken. If they were not afraid of the person behind you, they would have eliminated you long ago. It is also this group of idiots who did not eliminate you first. Instead, they insisted on finding that plain-dressed woman. Truly a group of retards. Yi Xian thought for a while and then said, I feel that you should go find her first. The white-haired woman sneered. What's the difference between killing you and killing her first? Yi Xian was silent. He felt that something was wrong. This white-haired woman did not follow the rules. This time he was in danger. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly looked at the human king not far away. When she shifted her gaze, Yi Xian turned and ran. It was better to run first. The white-haired woman frowned slightly when she saw Yi Xian flee. You want to leave? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. In an instant, a wall of lightning appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning shot violently towards him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and then he suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! A wave of sword light surged out, and in an instant, the wall of lightning in front of him was instantly shattered. In midair, the white-haired woman frowned slightly. You do have some strength. As she spoke, she was about to attack again. But right at this moment, she suddenly turned around to look at the nearby human king. At this moment, a golden dragon had suddenly appeared around the human king. The white-haired woman frowned slightly when she saw this golden dragon. A chosen sky dragon. I never expected that you would still have a trace of karmic luck. The human king grinned. Come, let's fight again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into an enormous golden dragon that charged into the sky. At this moment, a dragon roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth realm. All beasts submitted. In midair, the white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm, and a bolt of 7-colored lightning gathered in her palm. In the next moment, she suddenly charged out, and a bolt of lightning tore through the horizon. There was a moment of silence. Boom! The entire horizon suddenly exploded, and countless rays of golden light and lightning shot out in all directions. Below, Yi Xian was shaken by the shockwave and was pushed back repeatedly. This time, he was pushed back several thousand feet. And when he stopped, the space in front of him had already been shattered into a spatial black hole. And within that spatial black hole, the human king and the white-haired woman faced each other from a distance. Who won? Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the two of them. Not far away, the human king's body was gradually turning illusory. As for the white-haired woman, she was still the same. Yi Xian frowned. Lost again? At this moment, the human king suddenly pointed at Yi Xian from afar. Go! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light directly entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and a powerful aura swept out from his body. Yi Xian was stunned, and then looked at the human king. Senior? This is... The human king looked at Yi Xian, Go! Yi Xian turned and ran. He ran very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the horizon. The human king was slightly stunned, and then shook his head with a smile. Little guy. As he said this, he looked at the white-haired woman in front of him. The human race will never be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light, and charged at the white-haired woman. At this moment, his body directly burned. The white-haired woman narrowed her eyes, burning the source. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly clenched her fists. In an instant, a sky full of lightning suddenly appeared, and these lightning bolts covered the entire horizon like a giant net. Boom! An explosion suddenly resounded through the 9 heavens. Chapter 739. As soon as the explosion resounded, the space in an area of over 100,000 kilometers was instantly blasted into powder. It was pitch black. Just like that, the space in the surroundings was finally repaired by the laws of the heavens, and the earth after around an hour passed. At this moment, only the white-haired woman remained in front of the heaven gate. Her countenance was pale, and there was blood on the corner of her mouth. Moreover, her expression was extremely unsightly. A short while passed before she turned around to look at where Yi Xian stood just now. But it was empty. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly arrived in front of the white-haired woman. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, and he was just about to speak when the white-haired woman suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. Slap! The middle-aged man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The middle-aged man was stunned. The white-haired woman glanced coldly at him. What a bunch of idiots! The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he said, "My lord, I..." The white-haired woman suddenly vanished. Slap! The middle-aged man was instantly blasted flying again. This time he flew over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, his body even started to crack apart at this moment. The expressions of the experts of the Divine Hall changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated. The white-haired woman glanced coldly at the middle-aged man who'd been slapped away. All of you are idiots. That fellow Yi Xian is so weak, so why didn't all of you just kill him? The middle-aged man spoke with a trembling voice. My lord, there's someone standing behind Yi Xian. The white-haired woman spoke furiously. Someone? So, all of you went to look for that person and didn't act against him? The middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat. My lord. That woman isn't simple at all. So long as we deal with her, then Yi Xian will be destroyed with a flick of our fingers. The white-haired woman suddenly vanished. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted flying again, and his body shattered into pieces this time. The expressions of the others here changed drastically, and some of them even started trembling. The white-haired woman gazed coldly at the middle-aged man who was in soul form. Let me ask you, do we have to fight that woman in a simple dress in the end? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. His voice was trembling. The white-haired woman spoke fiercely. Since we're going to fight sooner or later, then why don't we eliminate Yi Xian first? Ha! Do you have human heads and pig brains? As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Boom! In the surroundings, the deity's Templar experts were forced to retreat. The white-haired woman turned around and looked down with an extremely cold expression. A bunch of idiots. Why didn't you kill him when you could? Why did you have to look for his backer? Have all your 1,000 years of cultivation gone to waste? With that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Pass down my order. Immediately search for Yi Xian's whereabouts. If you find him, kill him at all costs. By the time she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. Everyone in the surroundings instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw this. Meanwhile, one of the old men spoke in a low voice. Look for Yi Xian. Another middle-aged man asked. That woman in the plain dress, the old man said angrily. I don't care about that woman in a plain dress. Kill Yi Xian first. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Soon, all the experts from the Pantheon Temple disappeared. Below, in a certain mountain range, as soon as Yi Xian landed, he immediately flew over. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. He sat down with his legs crossed. There was actually a golden dragon circling around his body. He knew what the human king had given him in the end. It should be the chosen sky dragon. At this moment, he felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body. Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of him. She glanced at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Enter the pagoda. With that, she directly carried Yi Xian into the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, the space around Yi Xian rippled like water. Soon his body began to change. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. From his eye sockets, 2 golden rays suddenly shot out and directly hit the walls of the prison pagoda. Boom. Not far away, the walls of the prison pagoda trembled slightly. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. At this moment, there was actually a golden dragon pattern around his body. That golden dragon seemed to be carved on his body. Yi Xian was stunned, then looked at Lian Qian. Miss Lian Qian, this is? Lian Qian said lightly, your current body has reached the peak of the Ascension Realm. The Ascension Realm. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, then said, because of that golden dragon? Lian Qian nodded. That dragon is not simple. It has now merged with your body. Your current body is actually equivalent to its body. However, it seems to have been injured previously. Otherwise, your body might be even stronger. With that, she slightly paused, then said, your body should not be the only one that has become stronger. Try your current strength. Yi Xian nodded, then clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force gathered in his fist. Not only that, an illusory golden dragon actually appeared behind him. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment he was completely dumbfounded. The golden dragon. At this moment, he could clearly sense the golden dragon. Not only that, but he could also sense an extremely powerful force. A force that didn't belong to him, but he could control it. The force of the golden dragon. Meanwhile, Lian Qian suddenly said, the dragon in your body is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. Miss Lian Qian, do you know its origins? Lian Qian shook her head. I don't. The reason it's not simple is because it wasn't rejected by your bloodline after it merged with you. Your bloodline isn't normal, but it definitely isn't ordinary since it wasn't rejected by your bloodline. No matter what, your current combat strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Not only has it made up for the flaws in your body, it has even made up for the flaws in your soul. If you were to execute that boundless sword now, it would definitely be extremely powerful. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, can I kill that white-haired woman? Lian Qian shook her head. That person is still not someone you can defeat. However, you should be able to kill the rest. Yi Xian slightly nodded. King Human's last attack should have injured that woman. I don't know if she will continue to attack me. Lian Qian solemnly said. She shouldn't be the only expert in Deity's Templar. However, Deity's Templar only sent her now because their true experts aren't here. No matter what, you are still in a bad situation. Yi Xian solemnly said. That woman is different from the other experts in Deity's Templar. I have to return to Tianjiang City first. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Shaoqi and the Great Elder of Dao faction suddenly appeared in front of him. The Great Elder glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Shaoqi looked at Yi Xian. I will return to Tianjiang City with you. No, the Great Elder hurriedly said. Shaoqi, the current you. Shaoqi looked at the Great Elder. That is my responsibility. I can't let him bear it for me all the time. The Great Elder was a little anxious. Shaoqi, Deity's Templar is powerful now. We can't fight them at all. If you return to Tianjiang City with him now, you will undoubtedly die. You are the hope of our human race. We can't let anything happen to you. Shaoqi was expressionless. I am not King Human, nor am I from Dao faction. I have my own responsibility. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally welcomed Shaoqi back. With Shaoqi back, he would be under a lot less pressure. The two were about to leave when the Great Elder suddenly stood in front of them. The Great Elder solemnly said, Shaoqi, your life concerns the lives of millions of humans. You can't take this risk. You Yi Xian suddenly said. Great Elder, I don't like what you said. Xiaoqi is my friend. I also want her to be well. However, I don't want her to run away. Of course, if she really can't come back, I, Yi Xian, will definitely take on the responsibility of protecting God Nation. The Great Elder suddenly said angrily. Yi Xian, do you know what her life concerns? Her life is not the same as yours, you. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The Great Elder's expression changed. He punched with his right hand. Boom. With a loud explosion, the Great Elder was pushed back hundreds of feet by Yi Xian's sword. Not only that, one of his palms was cut off by Yi Xian. The Great Elder was shocked and angry. Yi Xian, you. Yi Xian coldly looked at the Great Elder. Great Elder, I don't like what you just said. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Xiaoqi is my friend. She has her own choice. She is not a tool of your Taoist faction. Xiaoqi wants to go back with me. If your Taoist faction tries to stop her, I will kill all of you. Anyway, I already have many enemies. I am not afraid of one or two more. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoqi. Let's go. Xiaoqi nodded. She looked at the Great Elder. The Taoist faction wants him and the temple to both suffer heavy losses. However, I don't want that. He is my friend. Moreover, God Nation is my country. I have the responsibility to protect it. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded and the two of them left. The Great Elder wanted to say something. At that moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing the old man, the Great Elder's expression changed. He quickly bowed. Exalted Sovereignly. Exalted Sovereignly said softly, don't stop her. If you do, this little girl will leave our Taoist faction. The Great Elder said in a low voice, but now we are unable to fight the temple head-on. The best choice is to let Yi Xian fight it head-on, and then we will come out and reap the benefits. Exalted Sovereignly said indifferently, that is not impossible. However, you have forgotten where this little girl came from, and you have forgotten her relationship with Yi Xian. The Great Elder fell silent for a moment, and then he said, what should we do now? Exalted Sovereignly said softly, wait. Wait. The Great Elder frowned slightly. He was about to say something when the space in front of him suddenly trembled. The Great Elder fell silent for a moment, and then he looked at Exalted Sovereignly. The temple has made a move. P.S. Today is the 1st. Everyone should have a lot of guaranteed monthly tickets. Hee, all of you know. End of this chapter. Chapter 740. Tianjiang City. On this day, many experts suddenly appeared in the sky above Tianjiang City. They were all experts from the Temple of Gods. All the experts from the northern region had gathered in Tianjiang City, including the experts from the Xianyuan family, the Wu clan, and the Sword Martial School. Now they were tied to Yi Xian. It could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. Looking at the experts from the deities Templar, everyone in the city wore a solemn expression. There were only 30 experts from the Temple of Gods in the sky above Tianjiang City. However, among them, the weakest was at the Feng Ascension realm. There were 6 half-step unknown realm experts, and the spear-wielding old man's realm was unknown. The old man stood at the front. Although his hair was white, he stood straight like a javelin. An expert from the Temple of Gods. Behind the spear-wielding old man, the experts from the Temple of Gods also had strong auras. Standing in the air, the 3 of them gave off a suffocating pressure. Compared to the Temple of Gods, the northern region was relatively weak, but not too weak. With the addition of the Xianyuan family and other ancient forces, the northern region's strength was also very strong. It should be noted that the Xianyuan family, the Sword Martial School, the Wu clan, and the Immortal Sword Sect, these ancient forces all had strong foundations. They had more than 20 Feng Ascension experts in total, and only 4 half-step unknown realm experts. As for the northern region, there were only a few Feng Ascension experts. However, everyone knew that the strongest combat force in the northern region was Yi Xian. Yi Xian. One of them was equivalent to several of them. On the other side, the Master of Mysterious Yellow had also arrived, but she was hiding in the dark. Beside the Master of Mysterious Yellow was Elder Yang. Elder Yang looked at the experts from the Temple of Gods in the distance and said softly, "It seems that the Temple of Gods is getting serious." The Master of Mysterious Yellow smiled slightly. In fact, they should have done this long ago. Now, it may not be too late, but they will definitely pay a higher price than before. Elder Yang nodded. That guy. I guess he has become much stronger now. Yi Xian. This was a man who was becoming stronger every day. Elder Yang suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, are we going to make a move this time?" The Master of Mysterious Yellow nodded. Go. Elder Yang hesitated for a moment before he said, "Completely fall out with the Divine Hall." The Master of Mysterious Yellow said softly, "If we don't act now, we might not have the chance to do so in the future. There's nothing wrong with enduring patiently, but if you endure patiently your entire life and don't know how to grasp opportunities, then you're really a tortoise." As she spoke, she looked at the Sky Dome realm and said softly, "Go and make preparations." Elder Yang nodded slightly and left quietly. In the distant sky, the spear-wielding elder from the temple looked down coldly. When he saw the lineup of northern experts, his face turned extremely cold. Regret. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Yi Xian had unknowingly developed to this extent. They should have gotten rid of Yi Xian long ago. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The spear-wielding elder looked down. Is Yi Xian around? Meanwhile, Enlancio suddenly appeared in front of the old man, and she gazed at him. He's not here. The spear-wielding old man nodded slightly. Then wait for him. Enlancio asked, "You're not going to make a move?" The spear-wielding elder glanced at Enlancio. "If he's not here, what's the point of making a move?" At this time, Lian Wanli appeared beside Enlancio and she smiled. "If he's not here, isn't it better for you to make a move?" The spear-wielding elder glanced at Lian Wanli, but didn't speak. Lian Wanli looked at Enlancio. "What should we do now?" Enlancio said, "He'll be back soon." Lian Wanli nodded slightly. Enlancio said softly, "Have all the experts below Emperor Realm withdraw?" "No, have everyone withdraw." Lian Wanli nodded, turned around and left. Soon the people in Tianjiang City began to withdraw. If they fought later, the entire city would probably disappear. The temple experts didn't make a move, and they allowed those people to withdraw. At this time, the spear-wielding elder and the others suddenly turned around. In the distant horizon, two sword lights shot over, and soon, the sword lights landed in front of them. When the sword lights dispersed, the newcomers were Yi Xian and Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi. Seeing Xiao Qi, the countless divine kingdom powerhouses below immediately became excited. Xiao Qi. Even though she'd been gone for a long time, her status in the hearts of all the experts was still extremely high. It could be said that Xiao Qi had once been the spiritual pillar of the divine nation. Of course, they were extremely respectful towards Yi Xian as well, because it was Yi Xian who'd brought them to Skyearth World and helped them get through their most difficult times. So it didn't matter if Yi Xian was the Divine Lord or Xiao Qi was the Divine Lord. The spear-wielding elder's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yi Xian. "You've become stronger again." Yi Xian glanced down and said, "Shall we go somewhere else?" He didn't want to fight here because if he did, then the entire city would collapse. The spear-wielding elder nodded. "As you wish. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian gazed at the experts of the Xianyuan clan and said, "Are all of you willing to come with me?" Those experts were slightly stunned. In the next moment, the Xianyuan clan's ancestor nodded. And then he led the experts of the Xianyuan clan over to stand behind Yi Xian. The others arrived behind Yi Xian as well when they saw this. All of them were the strongest experts of the Northern Territory. Yi Xian turned around to gaze at the nearby Master of Heaven. The Master of Heaven grinned. "Go ahead, King Yi. I won't disappoint King Yi." Yi Xian nodded. "I hope so." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiao Qi led the others along and vanished into the horizon. Enlancio, Lian Wanli, and Mo Xie were amongst them as well. Their strengths were sufficient to surmount realms of cultivation to do battle. Moreover, this battle was of utmost importance. So, all three of them had chosen to follow Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't refuse, and it didn't take long for their group to arrive above the clouds and enter an unknown expanse of the starry sky. A battle in the starry sky. The starry sky was extremely vast, and it was repaired by the laws. It was most suitable for battles. The old man glanced at Yi Xian's group, and then his gaze descended onto Yi Xian in the end. Shall we fight one-on-one? Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at Xiaoqi. Do you want to do it or should I? Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, I'll do it. How long will it take for you to deal with those people behind him? Yi Xian glanced at the people behind the old man, and then he said, one for each. One for each. The expressions of the people behind the old man instantly turned gloomy when they heard Yi Xian. One for each? Is there something wrong with Yi Xian's head? Xiaoqi fell silent for a moment before he said, all right. I'll fight the strongest one, and you go fight the weaklings. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to gaze at the experts of the Xianyuan clan and the other powers. All of you act according to the opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the old man. Oem! A sword howl reverberated through the sky. At the instant that Xiaoqi charged forward, the old man suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, his spear stabbed against that ray of light. Bang! In an instant, the entire starry sky trembled violently while the space in an area of over 100 kilometers cracked apart. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi had appeared in front of the old man without anyone noticing, and she stabbed her sword towards the old man's throat. This attack was swift like a bolt of lightning. The old man's reaction was extremely swift, and his spear had stabbed towards her stomach at the instant that Xiaoqi attacked. The spear was longer than the sword, and it was even faster. Xiaoqi had no choice but to stop, and she slashed down. Bang! The spear shook violently, and then it changed direction and brushed past Xiaoqi's shoulder. Meanwhile, a ray of light shot towards the center of the old man's forehead. Hiss! The sword pierced through thin air. Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed slightly as she retreated explosively, by 300 m. As soon as she did, the space where she stood suddenly collapsed. The old man's spear had missed, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes as he gazed at Xiaoqi. I always thought that Yi Xian was the most monstrous genius. So it turns out that there's someone even more monstrous than him. As expected of someone with the Mortal King destiny. Xiaoqi didn't speak, and she just twisted her wrist slightly. In the next moment, an expanse of light surged forward. At practically the exact same moment, the old man suddenly charged forward, and in an instant, countless spear images surged out. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, and he grinned as he gazed at the 29 Ascension Realm experts in the distance. Transform. Bang. Chapter 741. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from within him, and the space around him instantly rippled. At the same time, an illusory golden dragon appeared behind him. An ascended dragon. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and just charged forward. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded abruptly. The expression of one of the experts on the other side of Yi Xian changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Because Yi Xian's sword was slightly abnormally swift, the expert's reaction was extremely swift, and he suddenly smashed his fist forward as soon as the sword arrived before him. As he punched out, a powerful fist force poured out from his fist like a breached dam. Bang! Yi Xian's ray of sword light was forcefully stopped on the spot. But in the next moment, a powerful strand of sword energy suddenly erupted from the ray of sword light, and then the force of the punch vanished without a trace in an instant. The old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he pressed his palms together to stop Yi Xian's sword. However, his pupils instantly constricted to the size of needles the moment he did so. I'm finished. That was the only thought in his mind at this moment. Hiss! Yi Xian's sword pierced through his hand and stabbed into the center of the Ascended Seal Realm expert's forehead, causing blood to spray out. Infinite Sword. Yi Xian directly executed the Infinite Sword with this last attack. If he wanted to end the battle quickly when facing an Ascended Seal Realm expert like this, then he could only execute the Infinite Sword. After Yi Xian killed that Ascended Seal Realm expert, The expert's soul was directly absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword, and then Yi Xian vanished from the battlefield. He vanished. The expressions of those ascended Seal Realm experts instantly became unsightly when they witnessed this scene, because they noticed that their divine senses couldn't detect Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian wasn't that terrifying when they could see him, but Yi Xian was slightly terrifying when he couldn't see him. The experts of the Pantheon Divine Hall secretly raised their guard. On the other hand, the experts from the Xianyuan clan and the other powers were slightly excited. Yi Xian. In the past, Yi Xian gave them headaches, but now Yi Xian made them feel comfortable. Insta-kill a Fengting warrior. This allowed them to see hope. At first, when the powerhouses from the Temple of Immortals arrived, they were a little nervous. But now, after seeing Yi Xian kill a powerhouse of the Ascended Feng realm, they were a little calmer. Yi Xian was even stronger than before. Right at this moment, the person who was fighting Xiao Qi suddenly said, "Attack! He will show himself." The experts of the Divine Hall gazed at the experts of the Xianyuan clan and the other powers when they heard the old man, and then they charged towards them. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded through the surroundings. Qi. Before anyone could react, the head of one of the ascending Feng realm experts of the deity Templar flew out again, blood spurting out like a fountain. The experts of the Divine Hall were horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated in unison. However, Yi Xian was still nowhere to be seen. Where's Yi Xian? The experts of the Divine Hall swept the surroundings with their divine sense, and they formed an enormous net that covered an area of a few hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, they still didn't notice a trace of Yi Xian. Not to mention the experts of the Divine Hall, even the experts of the Xianyuan clan and the other powers were extremely horrified. Yi Xian didn't draw his sword, but he instantly killed an expert as soon as he did. Moreover, he'd vanished without a trace. It was too terrifying. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the distant horizon, and everywhere it passed, space was instantly incinerated into nothingness. The expressions of the experts from the north changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they raised their heads to look at the bolt of lightning. Right when it was about to descend, a woman appeared above them. Jianzizai. The corners of Jianzizai's mouth curled up slightly as he waved his right hand. Bang. The bolt of lightning vanished without a trace. Jianzizai raised his head and looked up. There was a white-haired woman standing in the starry sky. The white-haired woman was looking at Jianzizai, and they just stared at each other. The white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Half-step unknown. The corners of Jianzizai's mouth curled up slightly. Yes. The white-haired woman stared at Jianzizai. You can't use your cultivation realm to measure a person's strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her right hand, and an expanse of lightning shook down. As soon as the lightning descended, an invisible pressure of the heavens and the earth instantly appeared. Even an ascension stage expert would find it difficult to resist such pressure. Jianzizai grinned, and then she gently pointed up with her finger. In an instant, the space beside her suddenly split open, and in the next moment, a ray of black light shot into the sky and directly collided with the lightning. Rumble. The entire starry sky trembled violently as countless bolts of lightning shot out. Below, Jianzizai flicked her sleeve, and the bolts of lightning that had arrived before her instantly vanished without a trace. Jianzizai raised his head to look at the white-haired woman above him and smiled. "Do you want to come down and fight?" The white-haired woman's face was expressionless. "Why not?" "Huh?" Jianzizai roared with laughter and said, "Sure." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly shot into the sky. Bang! A powerful force suddenly shot into the sky. In the starry sky, the white-haired woman turned her head and looked to the right. "Drag him out." A black shadow quietly flashed in that direction. The white-haired woman looked at Jianzizai below, and in the next moment, she directly rushed down. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning fell, as if doomsday had arrived. Rumble. Soon, a series of explosions sounded in the depths of the starry sky. Jianzizai was fighting the white-haired woman. In the dark, Yi Xian glanced at the two women, and his expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, Jianzizai could block the white-haired woman. Otherwise, they would have no chance of winning at all. Now, with Jian Zizai holding back the white-haired woman, the northern region and the temple would have a battle. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the experts of the temple not far away. With his current strength, he could use the immeasurable sword 3 times in a short period of time. He still had one more sword. Who should he kill? Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned around and looked at the spear-wielding old man who was fighting with Xiao Qi not far away. At this moment, Xiao Qi and the spear-wielding old man were evenly matched. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the spear-wielding old man who was fighting with Xiao Qi seemed to have sensed something. His expression instantly changed, and he suddenly turned around and blocked with his spear. Boom! A sword light suddenly arrived, and in an instant, the long spear in the old man's hand exploded. He was just about to dodge the sword when a sword suddenly pierced the back of his neck from behind. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword also pierced the space between his eyebrows. Chi-chi! In an instant, the spear-wielding old man's entire body froze on the spot. Yi Xian and Xiao Qi retreated. Blood gushed out from the back of the spear-wielding old man's neck and eyebrows like a spring. The spear-wielding old man stared at Yi Xian in front of him. I should have killed you long ago. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, his and Xiao Qi's expressions changed at the same time. He suddenly turned around, and at this moment, a cold light directly pierced his throat. Boom! The space around Yi Xian surged. At this moment, a ghostly shadow had appeared in front of Yi Xian at some point. Yi Xian looked at the shadow coldly. The shadow's dagger hadn't been able to break through his defenses. His current physical body was at the Ascended Seal realm. Not only that, but he also had the Golden Dragon to protect him. It could be said that even a half-step unknown realm expert would find it difficult to harm him. The sword did not break through Yi Xian's defenses, and the shadow immediately turned illusory. At this moment, the Tao of space suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. The next moment, the space within tens of thousands of miles around him shook violently. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Outside the 100 Tribes Alliance, the space there collapsed, and a shadow retreated rapidly. It was the shadow who had tried to assassinate him just now. Yi Xian pointed with his fingers, and in an instant, several flying swords slashed at the shadow. Boom! 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 The shadow was forced back repeatedly by Yi Xian's flying swords. After retreating hundreds of feet, the shadow's chest was directly pierced by a sword. The person who attacked was Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already standing behind the shadow at this moment. Yi Xian glanced at the shadow coldly. He had to say that most assassins had a weakness, and that was that they couldn't fight head-on. What an assassin had to do was kill in one blow. If they couldn't do it, then they might be the ones who died. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword flew out. Soon, the soul-suppressing sword began to absorb the souls of the spear-wielding elder and the assassin. The stronger the soul, the more beneficial it was to the soul-suppressing sword. Yi Xian turned to look at the Temple of God's powerhouses. At this moment, these powerhouses' eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian's own strength was extremely strong. And now there was a little girl with the fate of a human monarch. This little girl's degree of monstrousness was not the least bit weaker than Yi Xian. When the two of them joined forces, they could truly destroy the world. Especially Yi Xian. Once he utilized that mysterious sword technique, it would be an instant kill. Even Ascension Realm powerhouses couldn't stop it. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the northern region powerhouses behind him charged forward. On the other hand, Xiao 7 charged forward as well, and he was at the very front. Xiao 7, who was in the lead, gave off an unstoppable aura. The temple powerhouses didn't retreat when they saw Xiao 7 and the others charge over. And they charged directly towards Xiao 7 and the others. They really weren't afraid of a head-on battle like this. They were afraid of people like Yi Xian who played dirty. The battle began. Yi Xian didn't attack. He turned around and looked towards the starry sky in the distance. The Yellow Lord stood silently there. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Aren't you going to do it?" The Yellow Lord nodded slightly and said, "Attack." As soon as she finished speaking, 12 experts in golden armor suddenly appeared behind her. 12 Ascension Realm powerhouses. The next moment, these 12 people charged into the distance. Yi Xian glanced at the Yellow Lord and felt a little surprised. There were actually so many Ascension Realm powerhouses in the Bound of Universe. They were too well hidden. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. Under Xiao Seven's leadership, the northern region could be said to have completely suppressed the temple. Yi Xian looked up into the depths of the starry sky. It had already become a minefield. In that minefield, Jian Zizai and the white-haired woman were still fighting. It would be difficult to determine the victor between the two of them for a while. Yi Xian fell silent. If they continued fighting like this, the northern region would definitely win. However, he had a feeling that things wouldn't be that simple. At this moment, something strange happened. In the firmament realm, a white light suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, a monstrous pressure enveloped the starry sky where Yi Xian and the others were. P.S. Here's a red packet for everyone. There are only 100 of them. Remember to grab them. Chapter 742. Yi Xian looked at the white light in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Things really weren't as simple as they seemed. What kind of powerhouse would the Temple of God send? Yi Xian looked at the white light in the distance and saw a middle-aged man walk out from it. The middle-aged man wore an armor made of animal hide and held a long axe in his right hand. When he saw this person, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. Another powerhouse. Moreover, this was a super powerhouse. This person gave him the feeling of danger. How troublesome. Yi Xian gripped the sword in his right hand tightly, and a powerful force began to gather in his body. At this moment, the white-haired woman in the starry sky suddenly shouted angrily, "Must you go one by one?" As soon as her voice fell, an old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The old man held a pitch-black walking stick in his hand, and at the top of the walking stick was a lifelike snake head. Not only that, but a black-robed woman had appeared not far away from Yi Xian at some point. The woman held a knife wheel in her hand, and as the knife wheel spun, it shone with a piercing cold light. 3 people. Yi Xian's expression darkened. These 3 people were probably the legendary unknown realm powerhouses. How was he supposed to fight them? Yi Xian looked at the old man with the walking stick in front of him. One-on-one. The old man was about to speak when an angry shout suddenly rang out from the starry sky. "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Finish him off quickly." Yi Xian. When they heard the white-haired woman's words, the 3 powerhouses in front of Yi Xian immediately charged at Yi Xian. This time, they really didn't intend to give Yi Xian any chance. 3 unknown realm powerhouses. They wanted to kill Yi Xian. In truth, any one of them could kill Yi Xian, but the Temple of Gods clearly didn't want to give Yi Xian any chance. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was somewhat ugly. Who could stand against 3 unknown realm powerhouses attacking together? Yi Xian waved his right hand, and a black light suddenly flew out. Boom. In front of Yi Xian, the old man with a walking stick retreated nearly 10,000 feet. The woman and the axe-wielding man stopped when they saw this. A man without any aura stood in front of the old man with the walking stick. Emperor Corpse. Yi Xian originally did not want to easily touch the Demon Lord's Emperor Corpse, but at this moment he had no other choice, because he could not resist these 3 people at all. The old man with the walking stick looked at the Emperor Corpse with an incomparably grave expression. "I'll hold him back. You guys quickly finish off Yi Xian." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the Emperor Corpse. The chain-wielding woman and the axe-wielding man also charged towards Yi Xian. However, at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the chain-wielding woman. The person who came was Lian Qian. Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian. "You can deal with the last one yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, her body turned illusory, and in an instant, she and the chain-wielding woman vanished. Yi Xian did not have the time to care about Lian Qian and the chain-wielding woman, because the axe-wielding man had arrived in front of him. At the same time, a long axe that carried a monstrous pressure slashed down. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian retreated nearly 3,000 feet, and the axe-wielding man retreated hundreds of feet as well. Moreover, a nick had appeared on the blade of his axe. Executing Heaven Sword. The axe-wielding man glanced at the Executing Heaven Sword in Yi Xian's hand. Good sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the long axe at Yi Xian with great force. Hiss! The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly resounded. Instead of retreating, Yi Xian advanced. He had no way to retreat. Not only was the axe extremely fast, but it also enveloped him, making it impossible for him to retreat. He could only face it head-on. Yi Xian wielded the Executing Heaven Sword with both hands and slashed forward. This slash directly slashed at the axe. It could be said to be a tit-for-tat. Boom! Yi Xian retreated instantly, and just as the axe was about to fly out, a hand suddenly grabbed it. It was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man forcefully withstood the force of the axe, charged forward, and slashed at Yi Xian again. This slash seemed to split the heavens and the earth, and the space above Yi Xian's head instantly collapsed and was annihilated. In front of the middle-aged man, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot, and the Executing Heaven Sword in his hand slashed forward. A ray of golden sword light suddenly erupted from the tip of the Executing Heaven Sword. Boom! A ray of sword light exploded, and in an instant, Yi Xian and the middle-aged man retreated at the same time. In the process of retreating, Yi Xian suddenly pointed with his left hand, and in an instant, countless rays of sword light slashed towards the middle-aged man. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the middle-aged man was directly engulfed by the rays of sword light. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his arm and saw that it had already split open. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. If his physical body had not merged with the golden dragon, he would not have been a match for the middle-aged man in front of him. His opponent's strength was not something he could contend with. In the distance, the middle-aged man also stopped at this moment, and there were about a dozen sword scars around his body. The axe in his hand was also covered in cracks and had countless nicks. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian, and his gaze fell on the Executing Heaven Sword in Yi Xian's hand. As he looked at the Executing Heaven Sword, he frowned slightly. Yi Xian's strength was not much of a threat to him, but the power of the sword in Yi Xian's hand was too terrifying. With this sword and his formidable physical body, Yi Xian was in an invincible position. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the roar of a dragon and the howl of a sword resounded at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, a ray of light had arrived above the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his hand and swung his axe. Bang! As soon as the sword descended, Yi Xian was blasted back to his original position, but the middle-aged man was pushed 300 m back as well. Moreover, the axe in his hand was covered in cracks. The middle-aged man's face fell when he witnessed this scene. If he didn't have this axe, he wouldn't have dared to use his physical body to resist Yi Xian's sword at all. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was too sharp, and even the body of a cultivator at the Ascended Seal realm wouldn't be able to resist it. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't make another move. He glanced around. Not far away, the cultivators from the northern region led by Shaoqi had completely suppressed the cultivators from the Temple of Light. Shaoqi's own strength was extremely strong, and he had no problem fighting several people at once. Moreover, there were 12 cultivators at the Ascended Seal realm sent by the Lord of Mysterious Yellow. Therefore, whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, the northern region did not lose to the Temple of Light at all. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Above the starry sky, Jian Zizai and the white-haired woman were still fighting. At this moment, the two women had been fighting for nearly an hour, and the outcome had yet to be decided. Yi Xian realized that he had underestimated Jian Zizai. Jian Zizai's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He had seen the white-haired woman's strength before, and her strength was not just ordinary ferocious. At this moment, he thought of the Devil Lord. If the Devil Lord was at his peak, then how terrifying would his strength be? One had to know that the Devil Lord was above Jian Zizai. Yi Xian was silent. A moment later, he looked in the direction of the Devil Lord, where the Emperor's corpse was. There, the Emperor's corpse had completely crushed the unknown realm cultivator. Based on the current situation, at most an hour, the Temple of Light would be completely defeated. Yi Xian turned to look at Lian Qian. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of him, and in her hand, she was holding a bloody head. It was the head of the unknown realm cultivator. Yi Xian was stunned. Was it already over? Yi Xian hurriedly said, Miss Lian Qianyu. Lian Qian suddenly said, I'll take a break. After saying that, she directly returned to the prison pagoda. In the same place, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had wanted Lian Qian to deal with the man with the long axe. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the man with the long axe not far away. Without any nonsense, he directly rushed out. In an instant, a tearing sound resounded in the field. Not far away, the man with the long axe narrowed his eyes slightly. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes as he held the broken long axe in his right hand and slashed forward. Open! Hiss! As soon as the axe descended, the space in front of him suddenly tore apart, and a powerful force swept out like a volcanic eruption. Rumble! In an instant, Yi Xian's sword light was slashed into pieces, and Yi Xian was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. The man with the long axe was just about to follow up with another attack, when the long axe in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. The man with the long axe was stunned. It's gone? The man didn't think too much about it. He directly charged towards Yi Xian and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian. Punch! Boom! The space around Yi Xian instantly cracked apart, and countless cracks spread throughout the field. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Hiss! The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword resounded at the same time. Rumble! Yi Xian was blasted away again, and this time, blood flowed from his mouth. However, his physical body still withstood most of the force from the man with the long axe. His physical body wasn't just at the ascended seal stage, it also had the defensive power of a golden dragon. When the two were combined, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. The man with the long axe in front of Yi Xian didn't attack again. He lowered his head and looked at his fist. At this moment, his fist was covered in cracks, and there was an extremely deep sword mark between his fist. His entire hand was stained red with fresh blood. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then he looked at Yi Xian. Why do you have so many divine weapons? There was a trace of unwillingness and anger in his voice. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's sword, he would have killed Yi Xian a long time ago. A powerful sword was a huge boost to a swordsman's combat strength, especially when Yi Xian's physical body was so powerful. He didn't seem like a swordsman at all, but more like a body cultivator. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath on the middle-aged man. He was about to attack when the cry of a sword suddenly resounded in the sky. A moment later, a black sword descended from the sky and landed firmly in front of the middle-aged man. The black sword. Yi Xian was stunned. Meanwhile, the woman in the sky suddenly said, "Use this sword against him." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. He was about to take the black sword when it suddenly transformed into a ray of light and flew in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man was stunned. Yi Xian was also struck dumb at this moment. It flew over on its own? Chapter 743. Looking at the black sword in front of him, Yi Xian was truly stunned. This sword flew over on its own? Not only was Yi Xian stunned, but the middle-aged man nearby was also stunned. Wasn't this sword for me? Why did it run over to Yi Xian? The middle-aged man looked up into the sky. Did I give it to the right person? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the black sword. The sword trembled slightly and a sword hum resounded through the sky. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He opened his palm, and the other 3 swords appeared in front of him. The plain-dress woman's sword, Shaoqi's sword, the executing heaven sword, and the black sword in front of him. All 4 swords were gathered. Yi Xian did not expect all 4 swords to be gathered just like that. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression became extremely solemn. The 4 swords in Yi Xian's hands were really stronger than the last. How could he fight? The middle-aged man was already thinking of retreating. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's, but Yi Xian could not be judged by common sense. If Yi Xian's strength was measured by his cultivation level, then he would definitely die a very, very tragic death. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the four swords in front of him. At this moment, he was already thinking of combining the four swords into one. When the four swords become one, something mysterious would happen. Yi Xian grinned. His sword intent enveloped the four swords. Very soon, under the urging of his sword intent, the four swords slowly came together. The moment the executing heaven sword came into contact with the head of the sword, boom! A powerful sword light suddenly exploded in front of him. In an instant, Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away. When he stopped, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, his invincible body was covered in sword marks. They were densely packed and terrifying. Yi Xian's mind went blank. How could this be? The experts from the northern region and the divine hall were also dumbfounded. What was Yi Xian playing at? Was he playing with self-mutilation? Suddenly, a wail resounded from within Yi Xian's body. It was the voice of the golden dragon. It was obvious that the golden light had severely injured it. Sensing the golden dragon's emotions, Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. He really didn't expect that there would be such a problem when the four swords merged into one. From the looks of it, it wasn't that easy to combine the four swords into one. This was because he discovered that the executing heaven sword's three swords were extremely hostile towards the woman's swords. Normally, they would be able to coexist peacefully. However, when it came to unity, the three swords wouldn't be willing. This was a little troublesome. Right at this moment, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly erupted in the starry sky, and it shook the starry sky while the space in the surroundings actually started to crack apart. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings stopped moving. Everyone looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Everyone knew that it was the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand. Could Jian Zizai beat the white-haired woman? He was a little worried now. Why did it feel like the white-haired woman was getting stronger as she fought? Right at this moment, the starry sky suddenly seethed, and it wasn't long before the entire starry sky started to burn. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. Yi Xian hurriedly retreated as well, because the two forces had already affected them. All of them retreated almost 30 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the depths of the starry sky gradually calmed down, and then two women appeared before everyone's eyes. The white-haired woman and Jian Zizai. At this moment, lightning sputtered around the white-haired woman, and she seemed like a god of lightning that had descended into the world. Jian Zizai had her right hand behind her back. Her jet-black hair fluttered without any wind, and a faint smile hung on the corners of her mouth. She seemed very calm. The white-haired woman gazed at Jian Zizai. Who exactly are you? At this moment, she suddenly realized that the woman before her was much stronger than she'd imagined. Jian Zizai grinned. Jian Zizai. The white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly. I've never heard of you. Jian Zizai smiled and said, Haven't you heard of me now? The white-haired woman took a deep glance at Jian Zizai, and then she looked down. At this moment, only 16 Ascension Realm experts remained in the temple. Almost half of them had been killed. The white-haired woman's expression instantly became ferocious when she saw this, and she looked down at the experts from the temple. A bunch of idiots. The temple could have dealt with Yi Xian earlier, but they didn't. They insisted on finding out who the person behind Yi Xian was. Now, Yi Xian had grown to the point that the temple couldn't kill him at will. Or rather, if they wanted to kill Yi Xian now, they had to pay an extremely huge price. Just Jian Zizai alone was enough to give the temple a headache. The white-haired woman seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly looked down at Yi Xian with an extremely cold gaze. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Want to talk? The white-haired woman said fiercely, Talk about what? What's there to talk about? Either you die or I die. You. Below, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, kill all the members of the temple. Don't let a single one of them escape. Xiaoqi was very cooperative. He immediately transformed into a ray of light that charged towards the nearby experts from the temple. The experts from the northern region behind Xiaoqi charged over as well. The expressions of the experts from the temple changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They were already outnumbered, so how could they possibly defeat them? Fortunately, the white-haired woman suddenly said, "Retreat to the temple." The experts from the temple immediately turned around and fled when they heard the white-haired woman. Flee. The experts from the northern region were stunned when they saw the experts from the temple flee. They were just about to give chase when Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Stop!" The experts from the northern region stopped when they heard Jian Zizai. They looked up at Jian Zizai and the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman was still looking at Yi Xian with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. Down below, Yi Xian was silent. This woman really wanted him dead. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly looked at Jian Zizai and stared fixedly at him. "Since you like to meddle in other people's business, then you'll be buried with him." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the distance. In the starry sky, a flash of lightning flickered behind the white-haired woman. Jian Zizai fell silent for a moment when she saw the white-haired woman leave. In the end, she turned around and appeared directly in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Jian Zizai said softly, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared on the spot. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. On the other side, Jian Zizai and Yi Xian were strolling through the starry sky. Jian Zizai had his hands behind his back with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Jian Zizai glanced at Yi Xian. "That woman isn't simple." Yi Xian asked, "The white-haired woman?" Jian Zizai nodded. "The temple isn't simple either. Most importantly, they won't give you another chance now. This woman has completely given up on the person behind you. She's only targeting you now." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Jian Zizai was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sister, what are you trying to say?" "Don't worry, it's true. My endurance is quite strong." Jian Zizai looked in the direction of the Sky Dome realm and said softly, "Just now, I felt a powerful force. That force made me feel a little uneasy." "A powerful force?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "What kind of force?" Jian Zizai shook his head. "I don't know, but it might be the legendary god." Yi Xian walked in front of Jian Zizai and said in a deep voice, "What kind of existence is the legendary god?" Jian Zizai said softly, "I don't know, but it should be very, very strong." "Very, very strong." Yi Xian's face darkened. For Jian Zizai to say that it was very strong, it was not just a normal kind of strong. Yi Xian suddenly smiled bitterly. "No matter how miserable I am." To be honest, his entire life had been spent either in battle or on the path of battle. He had never stopped for even a moment. When would it ever end? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly took out the World Prison Pagoda. Looking at the World Prison Pagoda, he sighed and said, "Brother, can you get a fifth dimension expert to help me?" The World Prison Pagoda trembled slightly, as if expressing something. At this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly said, "It said that it can't feel it." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly asked Lian Qian, "Miss Lian Qian, is this pagoda sensing the fifth dimension? What does it want to do?" He was a little flustered because this Xiao Ta could sense a fifth dimension expert. The other party might not be here to help, but to kill him. His intuition told him not to come in contact with the fifth dimension. Otherwise, his fate might be even worse. Lian Qian did not say anything. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask again, Yanjia suddenly said, "Don't let it sense the fifth dimension." Yi Xian asked, "Why? Will there be a problem?" Yanjia's voice was solemn. "There will be a huge problem. There are many people in the fifth dimension who covet this pagoda. Furthermore, this pagoda has an extremely big use in the fifth dimension. In short, the people in the fifth dimension will be even crazier than the people here. They will pay any price. Even the plain-clothed woman might not be able to protect you." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Yanjia, don't scare me." Yanjia suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "I'm not scaring you. The plain-clothed woman is strong enough, very, very strong. However, unless she protects you at all times, those people will have 10,000 ways to kill you. Time and space in the fifth dimension are not the same concept. Yi Xian spread his hands. So you're saying that I'm destined to live a miserable life? Yinjia shook her head. If you truly subdue this pagoda, with the 9 Tao laws of qi gathering, not many people in the fifth dimension will be able to kill you. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This world prison pagoda was easy to subdue now. However, if the other party regained its consciousness, at this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly looked at Yinjia. How strong are the experts in the fifth dimension? Yinjia fell silent. Jian Zizai asked again. You can't say? Yinjia shook her head. The fifth dimension is complicated. Jian Zizai smiled. If I go to the fifth dimension like this, won't I become trash? Yinjia shook her head. You're different. You're different from the demon master. However, the fifth dimension. At this moment, something strange happened. In the distant sky dome realm, a red light suddenly shot into the sky. In the next moment, before anyone could react, the red light entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. In an instant, a blood-red sin word appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Divine punishment. Chapter 744. Divine punishment. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell was that red light? He quickly took out a mirror, and was stunned again when he saw the sin between his eyebrows. Sing. Yi Xian looked at Jian Zizai in front of him. Jian Zizai spread his hands. I don't know what it is. At that moment, the Master of Mysterious Yellow suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. The Master of Mysterious Yellow looked extremely serious. This is divine punishment. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Divine punishment? What the hell? The Master of Mysterious Yellow looked at Yi Xian. It means that you are someone that God wants to punish. Only God can bestow divine punishment. In other words, you have been targeted by a god. Targeted by a god. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Which god is targeting me? The Master of Mysterious Yellow shook his head. I don't know. However, since they are called gods, they are definitely not weak. Speaking of this, she paused slightly and said, Where is the plain-dressed woman now? The plain-dressed woman. From the Master of Mysterious Yellow's point of view, only the plain-dressed woman could truly fight against the temple. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't rely on her for everything. This time, let me face it myself. Of course, he hoped that the plain-dressed woman would appear because the temple was really strong. However, he also knew that he could not rely on the plain-dressed woman for everything. Moreover, his intuition told him that the plain-dressed woman might be up to something big. No matter what, he only wanted to rely on himself now. At that moment, the Master of Mysterious Yellow suddenly said, The legendary god may be appearing. Yi Xian looked at the Master of Mysterious Yellow. What kind of existence is this legendary god? The Master of Mysterious Yellow shook his head. I don't know. They are too mysterious. My ancestor once came into contact with them, and then my ancestor disappeared. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Eliminated by them? The Master of Mysterious Yellow said softly, I don't know. With my ancestor's strength back then, if the temple can easily eliminate him, then these gods are too terrifying. Yi Xian was silent. God. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Just how many unknown experts were there in this vast starry sky? Along the way, he realized that the stronger he was, the more insignificant he felt. And now the universe he was in was only the fourth dimension. There was still the fifth dimension above the fourth dimension. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Yinjia. Miss Yinjia, do you think there are sixth or seventh dimensional beings? 6 dimensions? All the spectators gazed at Yinjia. Is there a sixth dimension? Yinjia said in a deep voice. Forgive me for being blunt, but you guys haven't even understood the fourth dimension, so why are you worrying about the fifth and sixth dimensions? As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. Especially you. Whether you can walk out of the fourth dimension alive is already a problem. Why are you worrying about the fifth and sixth dimensions? Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai suddenly said, Yinjia is right. People shouldn't worry about things beyond their ability. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Be careful during this period. I'll go find out exactly what these legendary gods are. I want to meet them while I'm at it. Yi Xian nodded. Be careful, sis. Jian Zizai laughed. Don't worry. Up until now, only the owner of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda can kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished. The owner of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Let's go. Soon everyone left. After everyone left, a woman looked down coldly in front of the heavenly gate in the distant sky dome world. It was the white-haired woman. At this moment, the white-haired woman's expression was cold, and her gaze was like a sword that could kill. There was an old man standing beside the white-haired woman. The old man wore a long robe that was covered in all sorts of mysterious runes. The runes were of different colors, and they revolved in a strange manner, while containing a mysterious power. This person was the divine master of the temple. A divine master. It was a profession that had almost disappeared from the black-yellow great world. No, it should be said that there were no divine masters in the entire black-yellow great world except for the temple. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly asked, Divine Master Zhang, what is the background of that Yi Xian? This person is indeed quite mysterious. Divine Master Zhang was silent. The white-haired woman looked at Divine Master Zhang. What's wrong? Even you can't find out? Divine Master Zhang said softly, I found something. The white-haired woman said, Speak. Divine Master Zhang opened his palm, and a mirror appeared in his palm. The next moment, an image appeared in the mirror. It was an unknown world. In the sky, countless great demons were flying. In the sky, thunder and lightning were constantly falling, and the entire earth was trembling. The white-haired woman suddenly frowned. The ancient demon clan. Divine Master Zhang nodded. Continue watching. The white-haired woman stared at the mirror, and the image in the mirror suddenly changed. In a mountain range, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was carrying a dirty-faced little girl on his back as he ran. The boy's shoes were torn, and his feet were covered in wounds. His feet were dyed red with blood. Above the little boy and the little girl, thunder and lightning flashed. Countless great demons were flying, and the pressure of heaven and earth and the aura of powerful demon beasts swept the earth. It was like the end of the world. The little boy came to a narrow crack in the mountain, which was very small, just enough to accommodate the 2 children. The little boy wiped the sweat off his face. He hugged the little girl tightly and said in a trembling voice, Ching, or don't be afraid. I'm here. Perhaps he didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. The little girl held the little boy's arm tightly with both hands. She looked outside through the crack in the mountain. The whole sky outside was filled with countless flashes of thunder and lightning. From time to time, all kinds of behemoths flew by. The little girl said softly, Brother, what is that lightning? And those flying ones, why do they eat people? The little boy looked at the sky. From time to time, there would be lightning falling. Every time a lightning fell, there would be a deafening explosion, and the whole world would tremble. The little boy's throat rolled, and his voice became more and more shaky. That lightning, Daddy said, it was sent by God to punish us. Punishment? The little girl looked at the little boy, her face full of confusion. Why? Did we do something wrong? The little boy hugged the little girl tightly, and with a hint of a sob he said, Daddy. Daddy said if God wants us to die, we have to die. Daddy and Mommy are both dead, we have to live well. The little girl turned to look at the world outside the crack. Her small eyes were filled with confusion. Did she do something wrong? Why did God punish her? Outside the mountain crack, the world was covered by countless lightning. There were all kinds of great demons running amok. It was simply purgatory on earth. Inside the mountain crack, 2 children hugged each other tightly, shivering. Night. The little girl hugged the little boy tightly. Brother, I'm hungry. The little boy hurriedly took out half a steamed bun and handed it to the little girl. Ching or eat. The little girl took a bite, and as if thinking of something, she handed it to the little boy. Brother, you eat too. The little boy pursed his lips, and then squeezed out a smile on his pale face. Brother, I've eaten. Ching eat. Saying that, he even deliberately patted his stomach. The little girl believed him. Night. Outside the mountain crack, there was still lightning and thunder, and the occasional roar of great demons. On the ground there were countless screams. Inside the mountain crack, the little boy hugged the little girl tightly. His voice was a little weak. Brother remembers you seem to like to practice swordsmanship. The little girl nodded, and hugged the little boy tightly. Chinger has to protect brother, and daddy and mommy. The little boy suddenly cried. But in the dark night, the little girl did not see it. The little boy gently kissed the little girl's forehead. Ching, if in the future you become stronger, you must protect those who are as weak as us. Mommy and daddy. If there's someone to protect them, then they won't die, and you must kill those gods outside. They're so bad. Brother is so hungry. Dawn. The little boy did not move. His body was already cold, but his hands were still hugging the little girl tightly. An hour later, the little girl buried the little boy in the crevice of the mountain. She stood in front of the crevice, and her tears flowed nonstop. The next day the little girl got up and turned to walk out of the mountain. Along the way, she encountered some corpses. She walked to one of the corpses and took a sword from its hand. She held the sword with both hands, and in her eyes, there was an indifference and coldness that did not match her age. From now on, you'll be called the walking sword. Follow me to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Just like that, the little girl carried the sword and walked out of the mountain. The scene stopped. In front of the heavenly gate, the white-haired woman narrowed her eyes. That little boy is him? Divine Master Zhang said in a low voice. The most important thing is that little girl. The white-haired woman looked at Divine Master Zhang. That little girl is the woman in the plain dress? Divine Master Zhang nodded. Continue watching. The white-haired woman looked at the mirror, and the scene in the mirror changed again. At this time, many years later, in the same mountain crack, a woman in a plain dress stood in front of the crack. The woman in the plain dress stood in front of the crack. She just stood there and tears flowed from her eyes. P.S. Please praise me. Chapter 745. The woman in the plain dress stood in front of the crack. Suddenly, she looked up, and 2 rays of sword light flew out of her eyes. In front of the heavenly gate in the sky dome realm, the mirror in Divine Master Zhang's hand was suddenly shattered by the 2 rays of sword light, and one of Divine Master Zhang's arms flew off, blood spurting everywhere. Seeing this, the white-haired woman narrowed her eyes. There was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. Not far away, Divine Master Zhang looked at his right arm. He wanted to regrow it, but he found that it was impossible. Divine Master Zhang was stunned, then fell silent. The white-haired woman's expression was somewhat unsightly. How is this possible? The space-time she is in is completely different from ours. How could she sense us and hurt you? Divine Master Zhang said softly. Her sword has transcended space-time. Transcended space-time. The white-haired woman's pupils constricted, and she unconsciously clenched her right hand. Divine Master Zhang said, That woman isn't an ordinary person. She might be much stronger than we imagined. The white-haired woman suddenly said, God has already sent down divine punishment. Divine Master Zhang nodded. There is no turning back for this matter. But it makes sense. Yi Xian has a great treasure, and that treasure is a must for God. The white-haired woman said, Unfortunately, they can't come here yet. Otherwise, Divine Master Zhang frowned. Did something happen over there? The white-haired woman nodded. Some things are quite troublesome, but a god has already arrived. Saying this, she looked down at Tianjiang City. Let him jump around for a while. During this time, no one is allowed to cause trouble for him without my permission. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Divine Master Zhang was silent for a moment, then he suddenly took out a bamboo tube. He held it in his left hand and shook it gently. Soon, a bamboo stick flew out of the tube. There were 2 words on the bamboo stick. Great misfortune. Great misfortune. Divine Master Zhang was silent for a long time. Then he turned and left. After the battle in space, the Xuanhuan Great World returned to peace. The current Xuanhuan Great World was divided into two camps. One was led by the northern region, and the other was led by the God Hall. The God Hall and the northern region were now irreconcilable enemies. Divine punishment. Yi Xian was punished by God. This meant that God wanted him dead. God. That was a legendary existence. It used to be a legend, but now it had appeared. Northern region, inside the prison tower. Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he was crazily absorbing the crystals. Healing. When he fought with the man with the long axe in outer space, he wasn't injured at all. However, when they were combining their swords, he nearly crippled himself. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian's body returned to normal. The reason why he could be so fast was not only because he had swallowed the crystal stones, but also because of Xiao Linger's spirit fruits and some healing elixirs. Xiao Linger had stopped planting spiritual fruits because she had a new hobby, which was alchemy. Every day, he would be crazily tinkering with pills. After recovering from his injuries, Yi Xian waved his right hand, and 4 swords appeared in front of him. The woman in the plain dresses sword, Xiao Qi's sword, the executing heaven sword, and the black sword. However, after these 4 swords appeared, they were a little far away from the woman in the plain dresses sword. Their hostility was very obvious. Looking at these 4 swords, Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. These 4 swords didn't cooperate with him at all. Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Everyone cooperate?" The 4 swords didn't respond. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian went to the second floor. On the second floor, Xiao Linger was tinkering with her alchemy furnace. Yi Xian looked at the alchemy furnace, and there were thumping sounds coming from it. Yi Xian walked to Xiao Linger's side, and Xiao Linger looked at Yi Xian. Her face was dirty, and only a pair of bright eyes could be seen. Yi Xian gently wiped Xiao Linger's face, and then smiled. Alchemy. Xiao Linger nodded. Alchemy. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued tinkering with her alchemy furnace. Yi Xian was about to speak when the alchemy furnace suddenly started trembling. A strand of scorching energy suddenly emanated from within, and at the same time, there was a refreshing fragrance. Xiao Linger's eyes instantly lit up when she witnessed this scene. She slapped the lid of the alchemy furnace away, and it didn't take long for a thumb-sized pill to float out. At the sight of this elixir, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became a little strange. This elixir was black and swarthy, like a mud ball. It was a little different from the elixir he had imagined. Xiao Linger carefully picked up the pill, and then she passed it to Yi Xian and grinned. Eat. Eat. Yi Xian's expression froze. Eat. Yi Xian looked at the dark and swarthy pill, and he was in a difficult position. If he didn't eat it, Xiao Linger would definitely be sad, but if he ate it, he was afraid that she would die. Xiao Linger was still looking at Yi Xian, and her eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the first time she'd successfully refined a pill. Yi Xian smiled slightly when he saw the anticipation on Xiao Linger's face. He picked up the pill and swallowed it. With his current physical body, even poison wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yi Xian's brows furrowed as soon as the pill entered his body. A strange energy was rampaging within his body. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Linger and asked, "What pill is this?" Xiao Linger blinked. "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, because he discovered that there was a flame burning within his body. It was because of the pill. Boom. A flame suddenly emerged from Yi Xian's body, and even Yi Xian was shocked. Xiao Linger blinked and said, "Wow, it's burning." Yi Xian hurriedly sensed his body. At this moment, his entire body was wrapped in a mysterious flame, and the flame was burning his physical body wildly. But fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. However, the blood in his body was boiling at this moment. Not only that, but there was also some kind of impulse. What kind of stupid pill was this? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yanjiao appeared in front of Yi Xian. He glanced at the flames around Yi Xian's body, and then looked at Xiao Linger and asked, "What pill is this?" Xiao Linger hurriedly took out the pill scripture, and then she flipped open one of the leaves and pointed. "This." Yanjiao looked at Xiao Linger and pointed. Soon she frowned and said, "Fire spirit pill." At this point she looked at Yi Xian and said, "There is no problem with this pill. This pill is called the fire spirit pill. And after it is successfully refined, there will be alchemic fire. This fire can burn away the impurities in your body and make your body purer. However, there seems to be a problem with this pill." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What problem?" Xiaolinger also hurriedly looked at Yanjia, and Yanjia said in a low voice, "She seems to have used some wrong ingredients, so this pill has a little more effect now." Yi Xian asked, "What effect?" Yanjia glanced at Yi Xian and said, "It is to stimulate a person's desire." Desire? Yi Xian's expression froze again. No wonder he felt that he had some impulse. At this moment, Xiaolinger suddenly asked, "What desire?" Yi Xian shook his head and then forcefully suppressed the primitive impulse in his heart. He looked at Xiaolinger and said, "Little fellow, help me do something." Xiaolinger nodded and said, "All right." Yi Xian waved his right hand and 4 swords appeared in front of Xiaolinger. Yi Xian said, "Can you make these 4 swords fuse into one?" Xiaolinger looked at the 4 swords in front of Yi Xian. She grabbed the 4 swords and started to fuse them together. However, the executing heaven sword, Xiaoqi's sword and the black sword separated automatically when they got close to the woman in the plain dress. Seeing this, Xiaolinger was stunned. Yi Xian's expression darkened. These 4 swords still don't cooperate. Meanwhile, Xiaolinger suddenly picked up the 4 swords and started to fuse them together again. However, this time, the executing heaven sword, Xiaoqi's sword and Xiaohei's sword struggled out of her hand. As for the woman in the plain dress's sword, it was very calm and didn't react at all. Xiaolinger wanted to try again, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Forget it." Xiaolinger looked at Yi Xian and Yi Xian smiled and said, "We'll try again another day. Go and continue refining pills." Refining pills. Hearing this, Xiaolinger hurriedly nodded and ran to the alchemy furnace to continue fiddling with it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at the swords in front of him and sighed. He hadn't expected that after gathering 4 swords with great difficulty, he wouldn't be able to fuse them together. However, he couldn't figure out why these 4 swords would be hostile towards each other. Could it be that there's some sort of enmity between their masters? Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this. He put away the 4 swords and returned to the first level. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a spatial ring. This golden spatial ring was the one that the human king had given him earlier. He'd almost forgotten about this spatial ring, because of the divine temple. The human king had said that the item within this spatial ring was suitable for him. This made him slightly curious. Could it be a sword? Yi Xian's divine sense entered the spatial ring, and there was only one item within it, a golden gourd. A gourd? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he took out the golden gourd. This golden gourd was as big as an ordinary gourd, but it was golden in color. Moreover, there was something that seemed like a formation at the bottom of the gourd. What's this? Yi Xian's heart was filled with curiosity. He carefully sized up the golden gourd, but he didn't notice anything special about it. In the end, he opened the golden gourd, and there was only a ball of white mist within it. Besides that, there was nothing else. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. How do I use this thing? At this moment, Yanjia appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yanjia glanced at Yi Xian and said, "This gourd of yours isn't simple." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Yanjia looked at the golden gourd and said softly, "A feeling." Yi Xian. At this moment, the gourd suddenly emitted a golden light. Very quickly, a message suddenly surged into Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Not long after, 4 words appeared in his mind. Immortal slaying sword gourd. The human race's #1 divine weapon. Chapter 746. Some fragmented images and information appeared in Yi Xian's mind. In the early days of the 4-dimensional universe's chaos, there was a list of artifacts. There were only 4 divine weapons on the divine weapon board. All 4 of these artifacts had the power to destroy the world. The immortal slaying sword gourd was one of them. The divine weapons of that time were different from the current divine weapons. The divine weapons of that time were truly worthy of the word God. This immortal slaying sword gourd was a divine artifact created by the human race to fight against the gods. However, after this artifact was created, there was a problem. The sword was the core of the immortal slaying sword gourd. At that time, the human race did not have a sword that could withstand the power of the immortal slaying sword gourd. Although the humans later forged a sword, it still couldn't completely withstand the power of the immortal slaying sword gourd. Therefore, when the humans fought against the gods, the immortal slaying sword gourd lost to the divine artifact of the temple, Tiangong. Not only that, the sword in the immortal slaying sword gourd was directly shattered by the temple's Tiangong. It was also in that battle that the immortal slaying sword gourd was heavily damaged. In the end, it was kept by the human king. In front of Yi Xian, the immortal slaying sword gourd trembled slightly. He could feel the immortal slaying sword gourd's emotions. Unwillingness. Extreme unwillingness. In the battle between the human race and the gods, the two artifacts were crucial. Artifacts could only be used to fight against artifacts. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to resist. Even the later sovereign personages were directly suppressed by the heavenly works god of that time. In a situation of equal strength, the artifact was the key to victory. After the human race was defeated by the immortal slaying sword gourd, the human race was instantly suppressed by the gods. At that time, the human race did not have any artifact that could resist the temple's Tiangong, the sharpest divine sword in the fourth dimension. In that battle, the human race suffered a crushing defeat. After a while, Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the immortal slaying sword gourd in his hand. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword gourd was trembling slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "It wasn't your fault back then. How about we fight that Tiangong again in the future?" The immortal slaying sword gourd trembled violently. Then, it turned into a beam of golden light and sank into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. In an instant, a small gourd mark suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows, but it quickly disappeared. Fusion. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword gourd had completely merged with Yi Xian. In other words, it had recognized Yi Xian as its master. This surprised Yi Xian a little. He didn't expect that this divine object would directly recognize him as its master. It was a little too simple. However, it was a good thing. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, the immortal slaying sword gourd also appeared in front of him. In an instant, the executing heaven sword disappeared into the immortal slaying sword gourd. Buzz! In an instant, the cry of a sword resounded through the entire prison pagoda. At this moment, the prison pagoda actually trembled, but it quickly returned to normal. Yi Xian's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He had sensed danger the moment the executing heaven sword had entered the immortal slaying sword gourd. The danger that came from the immortal slaying sword gourd. The immortal slaying sword gourd was the strongest divine artifact of the human race, and the executing heaven sword was currently the sharpest sword in the four-dimensional universe. How terrifying would it be when the two of them fused together? At this moment, he finally understood why the human king had said that the immortal slaying sword gourd was suitable for him. Because only the executing heaven sword in his hand was worthy of the immortal slaying sword gourd. In other words, only the immortal slaying sword gourd was worthy of the executing heaven sword. In front of Yi Xian, Yan Jia looked at the fused immortal slaying sword gourd and the executing heaven sword. When these two items fused together, you can even fight that white-haired woman. When he heard this, Yi Xian's expression changed. So terrifying? Yan Jia said softly, "You can fight but you will die." Yi Xian did not understand. Why? Yan Jia said calmly, "Because the current you might not be able to withstand the power of these two items, especially your gourd. If it activates the sword formation and the executing heaven sword is unsheathed, even the Xuanhuan Great World will not be able to withstand its power, let alone you with your physical body." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Yan Jia, my physical body has already reached the ascension realm." Yan Jia was expressionless. Even if you reach the peak of your world, you will not be able to withstand it. Yi Xian said, "Is it that terrifying?" Yan Jia said calmly, "Let's not talk about your gourd first. Let's talk about your sword. Can you unleash the true power of your sword? Yi Xian shook his head. Even now, he could not unleash the full power of the executing heaven sword. Yan Jia said again. If this sword was in the hands of its original owner, imagine how terrifying its power would be. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Jia said again. If this sword is combined with your gourd, its power will be unimaginable. Yi Xian chuckled. No matter what, I have another trump card to protect my life. As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the woman's sword. Miss Yan Jia, if the immortal slaying sword gourd uses this sword, will it be even more powerful? Yan Jia was silent. Yi Xian asked. Why? Yan Jia said in a deep voice. If you use this sword, you will be the first to die. Yi Xian was confused. Why? Yan Jia said calmly. Because your gourd will not be able to withstand the power of this sword. Yi Xian. Yan Jia looked at the woman's sword with a grave expression. This sword is so powerful that few in the fifth dimension can rival it. Yi Xian nodded. Even now, he did not dare to use this sword. This was because he could not control this sword yet. If he used this sword now, he might be able to injure the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times. Yi Xian suddenly reached out and grabbed the woman's sword. The sword did not resist, but he did not dare to use it. Once he used it, it would definitely destroy heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but smile bitterly. He suddenly realized that these trump cards of his were equivalent to perishing together with others. Whether it was the immortal slaying sword gourd, the woman's sword, or the six-path mantra, he did not dare to use them easily. Yan Jia suddenly said, Raise your realm. You need to raise your realm now. Only then will you be able to make better use of these external items. Yi Xian nodded. He was now at the mastery realm. Above him was the Tendo realm, and then the Emperor realm. In terms of realm, the gap between him and the top experts of this world was getting smaller and smaller. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Yan Jia, is Senior Lian Qian alright? Lian Qian had returned to the pagoda after killing an unknown realm expert, and there was no movement from her now. Yan Jia shook her head. She's fine. Don't worry too much about her. Yi Xian nodded, and then he took out his sword and started to devour it. Breakthrough. Seeing that Yi Xian had started cultivating, Yan Jia left the pagoda and went to the 6th floor. Lian Qian stood silently before the ice coffin on the 6th floor. Yan Jia walked over to Lian Qian's side and asked softly, What is it? Lian Qian spoke in a low voice. Both Jian Zizai and I sensed a mysterious force just now. Yan Jia frowned slightly. God. Lian Qian nodded. It should be the god that the temple mentioned. Yan Jia spoke in a low voice. How strong is it? Lian Qian shook her head. I don't know, but it gave me a very dangerous feeling. She looked down with a trace of worry in her eyes. This world is not as simple as we think. Yan Jia nodded. The four-dimensional universe. The martial arts civilization and system of the four-dimensional universe were far inferior to that of the five-dimensional universe. However, this universe was not simple either, especially the three swordsmen they had met when they had first arrived in this universe. How arrogant was the prison pagoda then? Their heads had been smashed. If the five-dimensional universe looked down on the four-dimensional universe, it would definitely pay a terrible price. Especially the three swordsmen. These three people. Lian Qian's expression became even more solemn when she thought of them. Yan Jia suddenly asked, Is there any news of Big Sister? Big Sister. The Dao Law of the 9th floor of the prison pagoda. It was also the only existence that the prison pagoda had been afraid of. Lian Qian shook her head. All these years, I have tried to contact Big Sister, but there was no result. Yan Jia sighed softly, and did not say anything else. Lian Qian said, I just don't know how many gods there are in this temple. It would be fine if there is only one, but if there are many. Yan Jia looked down at Yi Xian's position on the 1st floor. This guy, it is really not easy to live. Not to mention the five-dimensional universe, there were already many people in the four-dimensional universe who wanted Yi Xian dead. Fortunately, this guy had a backer. Otherwise, even 100 lives would not be enough. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly said, I am not afraid of the temple or those so-called gods. I am afraid of this guy and the woman behind him. Yan Jiao looked at Lian Qian. What do you mean? Lian Qian said in a low voice. This guy is usually jovial, but he is actually a ruthless person. If the temple forces him into a corner, what if he releases the 8th and 9th floor? Hearing this, Yanjia's expression changed. Release the 8th and 9th floor? These two floors were not the 6th and 5th floor. The 6th and 5th floor were easy to deal with, but the 8th and 9th floor, of course, the most important thing was that plain-clothed woman. That plain-clothed woman regarded all living beings as ants, except for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian died here, that woman would go crazy and kill her way from the 4-dimensional universe to the 5-dimensional universe. Who could suppress a crazy plain-clothed woman? Who could? Thinking of this, Lian Qian's mood became heavy. Under normal circumstances, that plain-clothed woman was already terrifying enough. If she went crazy, Yan Jia suddenly said, What is that plain-clothed woman doing now? Lian Qian said in a low voice, She is helping this guy block karma from the 5-dimensional world. If not for her, those people in the 5-dimensional world would have discovered him long ago and come looking for him. Saying this, she looked up and her eyes became blank. She is using her own power to resist the entire 5-dimensional world. For that fellow Yi Xian. P.S. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. Also, thank you for your subscriptions, especially for those brothers who came from other places and made up for their subscriptions. To be honest, I am quite touched. I do not care about money, nor do I care about the monthly votes. What I care about is the thought. Chapter 747. First level of the prison pagoda. Yi Xian had already devoured 5 godly swords, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Now that he was the king of the northern region, money was no longer something he had to worry about. He had no concept of money now. He only needed to say the word, and someone would find them for him. Not only the northern region, but the bound of universe and other powers were also providing him with resources. He only needed to work hard to become stronger, and he did not need to worry about resources at all. Such treatment was comfortable. At this moment he finally understood the benefits of power. One word, and countless people would be busy for you. However, if he had to choose, he would rather be alone. Being free and unfettered. Unencumbered by external affairs. That feeling was much more comfortable than what he was feeling now. Being at ease was the greatest freedom. Of course, he understood that this was not the time to talk about freedom. His current strength did not allow him to play around. He needed to unite the bound of universe and the other powers to fight against the temple. If not for the help of the Master of Universe and the other powers, the northern region would not have been able to defeat the temple. After all, there was still a significant difference in the number of sealed ascension experts on both sides. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly rippled out from his body. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and the sword light in them was like lightning. Moments later, Yi Xian closed his eyes. He clenched his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his fist. Tendo Realm. He had now reached the Tendo Realm from the Mastery Realm. And above that was the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm was a watershed. As long as he reached the Emperor Realm, all aspects of him would be greatly improved, especially the power of the immeasurable sword. It would definitely increase several times over. He had many powerful trump cards, but he could not fully utilize their power. The reason was that his realm was too low, and he could not fully control them. As long as he reached the Emperor Realm, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Although his realm was low, his physique was not. His current physique was at the peak of the sealed ascension realm. And with the help of the chosen Sky Dragon, it could be said that ordinary sealed ascension experts would not be able to hurt him. It could be said that he would not feel any pressure if he were to fight against a ascending Feng realm martial artist. Of course, if he were to go against that white-haired woman, then with his current strength, he would probably be in danger. A moment later, Yi Xian left the first floor and arrived at the entrance to the 8th floor. The 8th floor. In fact, he had always been curious about what the 8th floor was like. He had seen the strength of Jian Zizai and the Devil Master of the 5th and 6th floors. If those two were already so powerful, how powerful would the 8th and 9th floors be? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Sir, shall we have a chat?" A voice sounded from the 8th floor. All right. Yi Xian was overjoyed, but just as he was about to say something, Lian Qian suddenly appeared by his side. She glanced at the 8th floor and said, "If you don't want to die, let's talk." Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. "Why?" Lian Qian remained expressionless. "Let's go." With that, she took Yi Xian and left the World Prison Pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Lian Qian walked to the entrance of the main hall and said softly, "The 8th floor is not the Devil Master or Jian Zizai. Your strength is too inferior to theirs. You have no right to negotiate with them. Do you understand?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I control this pagoda." Lian Qian shook her head. "Not really. If you really did control this pagoda, you could do it with a single thought. Green City Yi Family Ancestral Shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him." The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi family. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent! The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yilang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yilang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yilang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yilang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yilang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Punk. Chapter 748. Yi Xian is challenging the Temple of God? At this moment, the entire bound of universe was in an uproar. In front of the Divine Palace's Divine Gate, Yi Xian was standing quietly. He was holding the executing heaven sword with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared before the heaven gates. It was a white-haired woman who emanated lightning. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who gave you the courage? Yi Xian smiled. Cut the crap. Who will the Temple of God send to fight me? It won't be you, right? The white-haired woman said indifferently, Can't I? Yi Xian smiled. Tisk tsk. I never expected the Temple of God to be so shameless. Look at me, I'm only 20 years old. What about you? You're at least tens of thousands of years old, right? Doesn't your conscience hurt if you fight me? The white-haired woman looked at Yi Xian. What? Are you here to argue with me? Yi Xian said. Let the younger generation of the Temple of God fight me. The white-haired woman suddenly waved her right hand, and a wave of lightning surged out. Rumble. In an instant, Yi Xian was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, the space where he stood collapsed. The white-haired woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian. One-on-one? Yi Xian, are you getting more and more stupid? Why would the Temple of God let the younger generation fight you one-on-one? It's a fight to the death. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished. Hiss. A bolt of lightning tore through the battlefield. Nearby, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Damn it. This woman doesn't play by the rules. He didn't dare think too much about it, and he slashed forward with the executing heaven sword. Hiss. A ray of sword energy struck the bolt of lightning. Rumble. An explosion suddenly resounded in front of the heaven gates, and Yi Xian was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Before he could even stop, a wave of lightning engulfed him. This woman didn't hold back at all. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. This woman wanted to kill him. Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back and immediately drew his sword. Buzz! A sword howl suddenly resounded. In the next moment, the expanse of lightning was directly blasted into pieces. At the same time, the white-haired woman retreated explosively by almost 300 m. By the time she stopped, Yi Xian had disappeared. Boundless sword. The white-haired woman glanced at her palm. There was a deep sword scar on her palm. The white-haired woman frowned as she looked at the sword mark. Yi Xian hurt her. She was very clear about the gap between her and Yi Xian, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that the gap wasn't that big. Yi Xian could hurt her. If she allowed Yi Xian to continue growing, wouldn't he be able to contend against her? How old was Yi Xian? He was only 20 years old. If he continued growing. Thinking of this, the white-haired woman's eyes gradually turned cold. She glanced at the surroundings. Very quickly, the space around her started to boil. Countless bolts of lightning gathered, and in an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of li was covered by her lightning. However, she didn't find Yi Xian's aura. It was as if Yi Xian had evaporated into thin air. The white-haired woman frowned. How is this possible? As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her fist. The space around her started to shrink layer by layer, and it didn't take long for it to shrink into a strange shape. However, she still didn't find Yi Xian. He's not here? The white-haired woman frowned even deeper. What the hell? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her right hand. An expanse of lightning suddenly shook and descended towards Tianjiang City. Obviously, she wanted to force Yi Xian out. As expected, just as the lightning bolt was about to enter the Heaven River City, a sword light suddenly slashed at the lightning bolt. Bang! The lightning was directly shattered. At the same time, Yi Xian also appeared in the battlefield. In front of the heavenly gate, the white-haired woman looked down at Yi Xian. You're quite capable to actually injure me. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired woman. Can you not bully the weak? Let's have a fair fight. The white-haired woman sneered. Fair fight? My temple can obviously crush you. Why should I have a fair fight with you? Do you think I'm stupid? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and dove straight towards Yi Xian. Chi. Everywhere she passed, the space around her was annihilated. Thunder might. The moment the white-haired woman dove down, a monstrous thunder might envelop the entire Tianjiang city. Her target was Yi Xian. However, if Yi Xian escaped, her target would be the entire Tianjiang city. With her strength, if she fell into Tianjiang city, the entire Tianjiang city would be turned into ashes. Her goal was to force Yi Xian to take her attack head-on. Yi Xian had no way out, because behind him was Tianjiang city. Looking at the white-haired woman with lightning, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. He held the executing heaven sword tightly in his right hand, and a powerful sword essence gathered in his sword. There was a moment of silence. The sound of a sword suddenly shook the sky. Immeasurable sword. Facing the white-haired woman, he could only use this immeasurable sword. Only this immeasurable sword could cause harm to the white-haired woman. He struck out with his sword. Bang! The lightning was forced to a stop, but it did not disperse. The lightning and the sword were in a stalemate in the sky above Tianjiang city. After the lightning, the white-haired woman's lips curled into a ferocious smile. Suddenly, 2 balls of lightning appeared in her eyes. The next moment, 2 balls of lightning shot out. Rumble. The sword radiance was shattered instantly. The white-haired woman was about to launch another attack. However, Yi Xian had already disappeared without a trace. The white-haired woman squinted her eyes and clenched her fist. Imprison. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of li shook violently. At the same time, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of li was covered by lightning. A moment later, the white-haired woman frowned. What kind of concealment technique is this? It's so strange. Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank and she turned around. As she turned around, a sword had already arrived between her eyebrows. However, the sword was blocked by a spot of lightning. But the next moment, bang! The spot of lightning exploded, and the white-haired woman instantly retreated hundreds of zhang away. And at the place where the white-haired woman had been standing, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was rather pale. Obviously, continuously using the immeasurable sword was a little too much for him. Opposite Yi Xian, the white-haired woman gently touched her eyebrows. A drop of blood slowly dripped down from between her eyebrows. She was injured again. The white-haired woman looked at the drop of blood on her fingertip in silence. A moment later, she looked at Yi Xian in the distance. What kind of sword skill is that? Sword skill. The difference between her and Yi Xian was extremely huge. However, that sword skill had actually made up for the difference in their realms. What kind of sword skill was that? At this moment, the white-haired woman was a little curious. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired woman. Immeasurable sword. The white-haired woman narrowed her eyes. Immeasurable sword. I've never heard of it. Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and her pupil shrank. This sword skill contains a mysterious Dao law. This Dao law is not a fourth dimension Dao law. Your sword skill is beyond the fourth dimension. In other words, it's a fifth dimension Dao law. Fifth dimension. Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman's intelligence was extraordinarily high. Why did he have to encounter such an opponent? Couldn't she give him an opponent who was more retarded? The white-haired woman suddenly said in a deep voice, "You can actually use that tower to obtain such a sword skill." Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian. "I really can't let you live." Yi Xian smiled and said, "In the past, many people have said this. However, they have all." At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn, this woman attacked just like that. The white-haired woman did not hold back. Obviously, she wanted to kill Yi Xian with one blow. This time, Yi Xian did not counterattack. He turned around and ran at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The battlefield could not be in Tianjiang City. Otherwise, he would be restrained everywhere. He had to take this woman away. However, when he turned around and ran into the depths of the starry sky, the white-haired woman did not follow him. Instead, she turned around and rushed toward Tianjiang City. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face changed. This woman did not follow him? He had no choice but to turn back. At this moment, the white-haired woman stopped. She turned around and looked at Yi Xian. "Run away. Why don't you run away?" Yi Xian stared at the white-haired woman. His right hand tightly held the executing heaven sword in his hand. If he wanted to kill this woman in front of him, a simple infinite sword would definitely not work. He had to use his true trump card. The immortal slaying sword gourd? The 6 paths of truth? Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Jianzizai. Seeing Jianzizai, Yi Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If she did not appear, he would really have to fight this white-haired woman to the death. Now, if Jianzizai stalled this white-haired woman, then no one in the temple would be a match for him. Seeing Jianzizai, the white-haired woman's face suddenly darkened. In the entire northern region, only Jianzizai could be evenly matched with her. Once Jianzizai stalled her, who would suppress Yi Xian? Who would suppress Yi Xian, who had a belly full of evil tricks? Jianzizai suddenly said, "You go." Yi Xian nodded, and was about to leave when the white-haired woman suddenly raised her head. "Activate the Thunder God formation. Don't let this person step into the gate of heaven." The white-haired woman's voice fell. Boom. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning suddenly gathered in the sky above the gate of heaven. A terrifying pressure swept down, and the whole world trembled. The Thunder God formation. Below, Yi Xian's face was a little ugly. This woman was really ruthless. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian directly turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. Force his way through. He had to force his way through. He had to get rid of the current experts of the temple before that so-called god arrived. The moment Yi Xian rushed out, the experts of the ascending Feng realm of the northern region also rushed out one after another. This battle must be won. Otherwise, when that so-called god arrived and these people joined forces, the situation of the northern region would become extremely bad. Below, the white-haired woman stared at Jian Zizai. You will pay a painful price for your stupid actions. Jian Zizai said with a smile. If you kill her, you will also pay a painful price. No, your entire temple will pay a painful price. The white-haired woman grinned. You will never know how powerful a god is. Jian Zizai said softly. You will never know how powerful that woman is. The white-haired woman's smile became more and more ferocious. What, is she stronger than a god? P.S. I'm ashamed that I haven't been updating well recently. I want to be scolded today. As long as it doesn't involve my family, everyone can scold me. Chapter 749. A god? Jian Zizai shook her head. She didn't know how strong the god of legend was, but she knew how strong the woman in a plain dress was. The woman in a plain dress. She was a person who was strong to the point of being unreasonable. The two of them didn't get along, and it didn't take long for them to enter into battle once more. On the other hand, Yi Xian had charged over to the lightning formation, and he held the executing heaven sword with both hands as he slashed upwards. Hiss. A ray of light surged out from the tip of the executing heaven sword. Hiss. Hiss. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning in the sky above Tianjiang City were torn apart by the ray of light. As the experts of the Northern Territory caught up to them, the lightning formation that enveloped them grew fewer and fewer. The expressions of the experts behind the lightning formation turned unsightly when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, they finally realized that Yi Xian wasn't someone that just anyone could suppress. He'd become a huge threat. Suddenly, the white-haired woman's voice resounded from below. Enter the heaven entrance and activate defensive mode. The experts hurriedly retreated into the heaven entrance when they heard her. Suddenly, a ray of light tore through the lightning formation, and it didn't take long for the divine lightning that covered the sky to vanish without a trace. Yi Xian and the others appeared before the heaven entrance. The heaven entrance was a door, and it was tightly shut at this moment. Yi Xian walked over to the heaven entrance, and then he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The heaven entrance trembled violently as a deep mark appeared on it, but it didn't take long for it to be repaired. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene, and then he slashed down once more. Hiss. A hole was torn open on the heaven entrance, but it was repaired in an instant. Yi Xian's face sank. The heaven entrance's ability to repair was actually so formidable. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Spatial Dao Law. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, Can I? Lian Qian said, Of course you can. Inside this door is a space of its own. Since it's a space, your space Dao Law will allow you to enter directly. This four-dimensional space Dao Law won't be able to block your space Dao Law. Yi Xian nodded, and then he immediately activated the space Dao Law. It didn't take long for him to sense the space within the sky gate. A moment later, he clenched his right fist tightly, and in the blink of an eye, he and all the powerhouses of the northern region vanished from sight. Rumble. The surrounding space violently trembled. When Yi Xian and the others reappeared, they were already in the clouds. Not far in front of them, there was a huge floating palace. The palace was extremely magnificent, more magnificent than any building Yi Xian had ever seen. The palace was at least a few hundred meters tall. It was a dazzling sight, as if it was forged from gold. In front of the palace stood two golden giants, each wielding a golden spear. The two golden giants were over 100 meters tall, and they emitted an invisible pressure. Besides that, there was a golden statue of a middle-aged man riding a Pegasus in front of the statues. The middle-aged man held a short sword in his left hand, and his gaze was deep and carried a trace of killing intent. He seemed like a god of war. A group of experts from the Divine Hall stood before the middle-aged man's statue. There weren't many of them, only around 30 of them, and the person in the lead was the Divine Hall's Divine Master. The Divine Master gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly said, Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. OM. The howl of a sword suddenly resounded through the surroundings. The Divine Master's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene. He suddenly stretched his left hand forward lightly, and a strange barrier of talismans appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, the sword arrived. Bang! The barrier of talismans shook violently before cracking apart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slashed down once more. Bang! The barrier of talismans suddenly shattered, but at that moment, a talisman chain suddenly wrapped around his body. Soon, a mysterious power began to corrode his body, but in the next moment, the talisman chain was directly shattered by Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. At that moment, the divine master had already retreated hundreds of feet away. He waved his right hand and suddenly, countless fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, those fireballs had already arrived above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword suddenly flew out. Swish! A sword light vibrated from the tip of the executing heaven sword, and in an instant, those fireballs were directly torn apart. However, at that moment, thumb-sized black talismans suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Wherever these talismans passed, the space would be directly burned and turned into nothingness. Sensing the power contained in these talismans, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly stomped his right foot. Swish! A sword light flashed across the battlefield. Immeasurable sword. Wherever the sword light passed, those black talismans immediately vanished into thin air. On the opposite side, the moment Yi Xian disappeared, the divine master's pupils shrank. In the next moment, a blue energy shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Sword arrival. Boom! The blue energy shield instantly disappeared, and the divine master instantly retreated. In the process, every inch of his body collapsed. However, where he originally stood, which was also where Yi Xian was now, the space there suddenly turned into a ball of flames and the space there suddenly burned. Rumble! In an instant, Yi Xian also retreated rapidly. After retreating hundreds of feet, he finally stopped. At that moment, his entire body was now red, as if his flesh was being steamed. Seriously injured. This time, his physical body also could not completely withstand the power of the flames. At that moment, Yi Xian's entire body was trembling, and at that moment, all the cells in his body were dying at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Xiaoling. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoling suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, holding many spiritual fruits in her arms. Regardless of what these spiritual fruits were for, Yi Xian ate them like crazy. Endless energy spread out from his body, and gradually, his physical body began to recover. It was recovering. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was recovering, otherwise his physical body would probably be gone. Yi Xian looked at a golden spiritual fruit in his hand. His physical body could recover slowly, because of this golden spiritual fruit. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoling and said, Grow more of this. Xiaoling hurriedly nodded. Yi Xian gently rubbed Xiaoling's small head and smiled. Go in. After Xiaoling entered the world prison pagoda, Yi Xian looked at God Sage not far away. At this moment, this God Sage only had his soul left. Although the sword just now did not directly kill him, it cut through his physical body. God Sage looked at Yi Xian, and his soul began to tremble. Countless black runes danced around him. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly disappeared. Soul-suppressing sword. This sword was specifically aimed at the soul. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, God Sage also disappeared. In the battlefield, countless black runes rushed towards Yi Xian like ghosts. Sword arrived. Chi. With a tearing sound, Yi Xian appeared where God Sage originally stood. 100 feet behind Yi Xian, God Sage stopped, and his eyes were dull. Why? At this moment, a sword was stabbed in between his eyebrows, and this sword was madly absorbing his soul. God Sage's eyes were filled with disbelief. In his opinion, even as a soul, he could still fight against Yi Xian. However, he did not expect that he would be so weak. Gone just like that. Soon, God Sage completely disappeared. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. At this time, Soul's excited voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Young lord, I'm going to break through. I'm going to break through. Yi Xian burst out laughing. Let's break through then. Okay. Soul directly entered the world prison pagoda. After saying that, Yi Xian glanced around. At the moment, the strong people from the northern region had completely suppressed the sacred hall. Victory was only a matter of time. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and walked towards the hall. He felt a presence inside the hall. A presence that made him feel danger. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the hall. He was about to enter when a powerful force suddenly attacked him from behind. Yi Xian turned around, and a flash of lightning appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was about to make a move when Jian Zizai appeared in front of him. With a wave of her right hand, the flash of lightning was directly shattered. Not far away from Jian Zizai was the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. Well done, Yi Xian. I didn't expect you to make the first move. Yi Xian turned and walked towards the hall. The more this woman did not let him enter, the more he wanted to enter. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards the hall, the white-haired woman slightly narrowed her eyes. She wanted to make a move, but in the end she did not because Jian Zizai was there. With Jian Zizai blocking her, it would be pointless for her to make a move. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the hall. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's entire body flew out. This time, he flew nearly 3,000 meters away. Jian Zizai's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the hall. From within the hall, a man whose entire body was emitting golden light walked out. The man glanced coldly at Yi Xian and the others in the distance. Ants, how dare you offend the might of a god? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a golden light surged out. At this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly blasted out with a punch. Rumble. The golden light was forced to a stop, and at this moment, the man suddenly disappeared. In an instant, countless afterimages of golden light drowned Jian Zizai. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions resounded continuously amidst the afterimages of golden light. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly rushed towards the golden light. Obviously, she wanted to join forces with the man to deal with Jian Zizai first. Currently, the strongest combat force in the northern region was Jian Zizai. As long as she dealt with him, she could fight the entire northern region by herself. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw the white-haired woman rush towards Jian Zizai. He was about to rush over when a one-legged man suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was stunned. Who was this guy? The one-legged man sized up Yi Xian, and then his expression relaxed slightly. This little brother, can you come with me? He was quite respectful towards Yi Xian because he didn't know what the relationship between this guy and the woman in the plain dress was. In any case, their relationship was definitely not simple. Be humble. Keep a low profile. Definitely. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Big brother, I'm fighting right now. With that, he was about to rush out when the one-legged man suddenly said, I'll help you fight. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the one-legged man. What's your name, big brother? The one-legged man was speechless. Chapter 750. At this moment, Yi Xian was quite shocked in his heart, because he hadn't noticed how the one-legged man had appeared just now. Moreover, the one-legged man was standing right in front of him, but he couldn't sense the man at all. An expert. He was absolutely an extraordinary expert. The one-legged man gazed at Yi Xian. Azue. Azue? Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he pointed at the golden figure in the distance. Hit that white-haired woman. The one-legged man nodded. Come with me after you're done. Yi Xian didn't even think about it. No problem. Jian Zizai was absolutely unable to resist the two of them, so someone had to keep the white-haired woman busy. Otherwise, Jian Zizai would be in danger. The one-legged man nodded slightly when he heard Yi Xian. Move back a little. Yi Xian glanced at the one-legged man, and then he moved back. The one-legged man said again. 3 kilometers away. The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't say anything, and he really did move 3 kilometers back. The one-legged man turned around to gaze at the golden figure in the distance, and then he slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fist. In the next moment, he punched towards the distance from afar. Rumble. In an instant, the golden figure in the distance was blasted into pieces while the white-haired woman was instantly blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as she stopped moving, the space behind her collapsed. At this moment, everyone here was shocked, and they gazed at the one-legged man who stood in front of Yi Xian. Where did he come from? Yi Xian was quite dumbstruck as well. He's so strong? The white-haired woman stared fixedly at the one-legged man, while a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Jian Zizai and the man with golden light stopped moving as well, and both of them gazed at the one-legged man. The white-haired woman gazed at the one-legged man. Who are you? The one-legged man didn't answer her. He turned around to look at Yi Xian. Do you still want to fight? Yi Xian nodded, and then he pointed at the white-haired woman. Beat her to death. The one-legged man hesitated for a moment before he said, You have to come with me later. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Yi Xian sternly said, I won't go back on my word. The one-legged man nodded. He looked at the white-haired woman not far away, and in the next moment he suddenly disappeared. Space was instantly torn apart. Not far away, the white-haired woman narrowed her eyes. She clapped her hands together, and a bolt of lightning shot out from her palms. Rumble. Along with an explosion, the expanse of lightning collapsed into pieces. At the same time, the white-haired woman retreated explosively once more. But she hadn't even stopped moving when a ray of light suddenly appeared behind her. It was a sudden strike. Boundless sword. The expression on the white-haired woman's face changed drastically. She suddenly let out a furious roar, and her entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing on the spot. A tearing sound resounded. After a breath of time, the white-haired woman was already several thousand feet to the right. But at this moment, she only had her right hand left. Just now, Yi Xian's sword had directly taken away her entire left arm. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired woman, and thought that it was a pity that he couldn't finish her off with a single strike. This woman's reaction was too fast. The white-haired woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then she gazed at the one-legged man. Who exactly are you? The one-armed man gazed at Yi Xian. Do you still want to fight? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can you kill her? The one-armed man thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. The white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through them. A moment later, she suddenly clenched her right hand, and a blade of lightning appeared in her grasp. In the blink of an eye, she swiftly slashed forward. Hiss! Lightning shot towards the surroundings as soon as she slashed down. Rumble! The one-legged man immediately swung his fist. He punched forward. Bang! The expanse of lightning exploded apart, and then both of them instantly retreated explosively. As they retreated, the white-haired woman swung her blade madly, causing numerous bolts of lightning to shoot forward. The one-legged man opened his palm, and then he pressed it forward lightly. The lightning instantly became illusory, and then he suddenly clenched his fist. Bang! All the lightning vanished. The one-legged man spun his right hand towards the white-haired woman from afar. Shatter! As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the white-haired woman in the distance started to be sliced apart layer by layer. The white-haired woman's expression changed drastically as she flicked her sleeve, and then a myriad of bolts of lightning surged out from within it. Rumble! That expanse of space was directly obliterated, and countless bolts of lightning and a powerful force raged ceaselessly within the pitch-black spatial black hole. Not far away, Yi Xian's expression was solemn. The two people before him, Jian Zizai, and the man with golden light, were the true experts. If he hadn't relied on the infinite sword when he fought the white-haired woman earlier, then he probably wouldn't have been able to last even a single round. In the distance, the two of them were still locked in battle. Yi Xian looked at the man with golden light in front of Jian Zizai, and at the same time, the man with golden light looked at him as well. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Sister, you hold him back. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the nearby experts from the temple. I'll deal with those Ascension Realm experts from the temple first. The expressions of the experts from the temple changed drastically when they saw Yi Xian charge over. Currently, only 2 people in the entire temple could suppress Yi Xian. One was the white-haired woman, and the other was the man with golden light. But at this moment, both of them were being held back. Who could suppress Yi Xian now? Right at this moment, the white-haired woman spoke abruptly, "Retreat." The experts from the temple immediately turned around and fled when they heard the white-haired woman's words. The experts from the northern region were instantly helpless when they saw this. If they didn't fight a Ascension Realm expert like this, then they wouldn't be able to make him stay at all. Yi Xian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He turned around and looked into the distance. The white-haired woman and the one-legged man were still locked in battle, and they were in confrontation with the man with golden light. Neither of them attacked because they knew that it was pointless to do so. They couldn't kill each other. Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the hall. The man with golden light's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. "Mortal, how dare you act rashly?" Yi Xian didn't even pay attention to him, and he just walked straight into the hall. Killing intent seemed material in the man's eyes. After he walked into the hall, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. The hall was very spacious, and there were 6 statues before him. There were 2 women and 4 men, and they just looked down at him and emanated an invisible pressure. The pressure was very strong, and it was strong to the point that Yi Xian couldn't take another step forward after he walked in. He couldn't move. Besides that, he felt like he couldn't breathe at this moment. The pressure seemed like it wanted to crush him into pieces. Moreover, he felt terror that came from the depths of his soul. Kneel. At this moment, he actually wanted to kneel and submit before these gods. Divine might? Yi Xian's expression gradually became ferocious as he gazed at the 6 statues. Gods. High and mighty gods. They actually wanted him to kneel. Yi Xian's expression became more and more ferocious, and at this moment, his blood suddenly boiled. Boom. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly swept out from his body, and in an instant, the divine might was directly dispersed by this blood-red light. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the 6 statues. His eyes were blood-red like a sea of blood. At this moment, one of the male statues suddenly opened his eyes, and a monstrous pressure swept down. This pressure directly shattered Yi Xian's blood-red light. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was directly sent flying out of the hall. At this moment, everyone outside the hall stopped. This was because an invisible pressure was stirring up the surroundings. At this moment, all the cultivators of the northern region felt as if there were 1,000 mountains pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Not far away, Jianzizai's eyes were also filled with seriousness as she looked into the hall. Could it be that the god was about to appear? On the other side, the one-legged man had also stopped at this moment, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes as he looked in the direction of the hall. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out from within the hall. "Ignorant mortal, how dare you blaspheme the divine might? You must die." As the voice faded away, the statue in front of the hall, riding a Pegasus and holding a giant axe, suddenly opened its eyes. The next moment, it looked down at Yi Xian, and a strong wave of pressure crushed towards Yi Xian. Boom. At this moment, the surrounding space boiled at this moment. At this moment, the man with the giant axe suddenly leaped up, and in the air, he fiercely chopped at Yi Xian with the axe in his hand. With this chop, the surrounding space instantly collapsed, and everyone was directly placed into a spatial black hole. On the other side, when the man with the giant axe attacked Yi Xian, Jianzizai's expression instantly changed drastically. This attack wasn't something that Yi Xian could withstand at this moment. She was about to act, but the man with golden light in front of her slapped his palm towards her. The one-legged man couldn't act either because the white-haired woman in front of him was tightly entangled with him as well. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the descending giant axe with a calm expression. He knew that this time, he could only rely on himself. He couldn't rely on anyone. When the giant axe was still a few dozen meters away from his head, he sensed the aura of death. This time, he felt that death was so close to him. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and he suddenly muttered something. In next to no time, an illusory Xiaotao appeared between his brows. The prison pagoda. This time, he wasn't going to activate the prison pagoda. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and they seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart as he roared furiously. Cage the heavens! As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding space trembled violently. In the next moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The giant axe above Yi Xian's head stopped at this moment. In the surroundings, the space began to change layer by layer. No, it was reforming. All the space in the surroundings was actually reforming. At this moment, in front of the temple, all the Tao laws and the power of laws in the four-dimensional universe were directly erased. New Tao laws and laws appeared in the field. Soon, the space around the man with the giant axe in front of Yi Xian turned into a strange transparent space cage. The space cage locked the man with the giant axe tightly. At this moment, the surroundings returned to normal. The only abnormal thing was the man with the giant axe. The space where he was now began to disintegrate bit by bit. The man with the giant axe struggled frantically. He wanted to escape, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from the cage. At this moment, the space outside the temple suddenly trembled. Soon, a mysterious force began to madly gather towards the temple. Lian Qian's voice suddenly rang out. You used Master's 6 paths of truth to erase the Tao laws and laws of the Tendo here. The four-dimensional Tendo is going to attack you. P.S. It's good that the updates are a little early recently. In any case, they will be updated before 8 a.m. The latest update is 8 a.m., unless there is a special reason. I might not be the most updated, but I'm definitely the most stable and punctual. Chapter 751. For Dimensional Tendo. At this moment, Yi Xian had no time to care about this Tendo. After using the 6 paths of truth just now, his entire body seemed to have been drained. Weakness. Weakness from the depths of his soul. He had never been so weak before. At this moment, the man with the long axe not far away had completely disappeared. He had been directly erased. He had been erased by a power that did not belong to this universe. The expressions of the white-haired woman and the others immediately became unsightly when they saw this. He had been killed in an instant. Such a powerful oracle had been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. Was he a devil? The white-haired woman looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had never seen through this young man in front of her. There was a trace of seriousness in the eyes of the man with golden light. The strength of the oracle just now was slightly higher than his and the white-haired woman's, but he had been easily killed by Yi Xian. This was terrifying. Back then, the gods had defeated the humans, but this did not mean that there were no powerhouses and monstrous geniuses in the human race. Some monstrous geniuses and powerhouses were even feared by the gods. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She glanced at the white-haired woman and the others, then looked at Yi Xian. Let's go first. Yi Xian nodded. In his current state, he could no longer fight. What he needed now was to heal his injuries. Yi Xian and the others were about to retreat, but at this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly said, You want to leave? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and a wave of lightning directly shook towards the northern powerhouses. How could she not see that Yi Xian was currently in a weakened state? If she let Yi Xian go now, it would be even more difficult to kill him when he recovered in the future. Moreover, there were already powerhouses rushing here. What she needed to do now was to delay Yi Xian. Seeing the white-haired woman directly attack, Lian Qian frowned slightly. She suddenly looked at the one-legged man not far away. You delay that woman. The one-legged man nodded and directly rushed towards the white-haired woman. Jian Zizai appeared in front of the man. Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. Activate the spatial Tao laws and bring everyone out of here immediately. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I can't. He was so weak that he couldn't even kill a chicken. Lian Qian didn't speak. She just gestured with her right hand, and then the spatial Tao law appeared in her palm. In the next moment, the space in the surroundings started to tremble violently, and it didn't take long for the space here to become illusory. At this moment, the white-haired woman in the distance suddenly roared, Stop them! As soon as the white-haired woman's voice fell, the deity's Templars experts who had retreated earlier appeared once more. At the same time, numerous arrays suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Lian Qian's expression became extremely unsightly when she witnessed this scene, and she suddenly said, "Yanjia." With that, Yanjia suddenly appeared in front of Lian Qian and Yi Xian. Lian Qian looked at Yanjia, and the latter nodded slightly. She turned around and made her way towards the experts nearby. Flames suddenly swept out from her body. Boom! The space around Yanjia seethed. She suddenly pressed her palms together, and then her eyes opened wide with rage. Go! In an instant, countless fire dragons that were condensed from lava suddenly flew out from within her, and then they smashed forcefully towards the experts of the deity's Templar. Everywhere they passed, space was instantly set ablaze, and it was an extremely shocking scene. The expressions of the experts of the deity's Templar instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was shocked as well. She's actually so strong. A few experts of the deity's Templar charged towards Yanjia while the others forcefully held back the experts of the north. They couldn't allow Yi Xian and the others to leave. Lian Qian's expression was quite unsightly. She could take Yi Xian and leave right now, but what would happen to the other experts of the north if they left? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Since they don't want us to leave, then we won't." Lian Qian gazed at Yi Xian and Yi Xian grinned. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and then a black shadow shot explosively towards the experts of the deity's Templar. An emperor's corpse. After the emperor's corpse joined the battle, the situation was completely one-sided. The emperor's corpse was an unknown realm expert, and the deity's Templar didn't have many experts of such level. If it wasn't for the formations of the deity's Templar, then these experts would have been slaughtered on the spot. Yi Xian gazed at Lian Qian. "I'll leave those formations to you." Lian Qian nodded slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian sat down cross-legged once Lian Qian vanished. "Healing. Since I can't leave, then I won't." Yi Xian started to absorb the energy crystals, healing pills, and spirit fruits like a madman. It didn't take long for his body to recover slowly. On the other side, the white-haired woman suddenly stopped fighting the one-legged man. She glanced at Yi Xian, and then she gazed at the one-legged man. "I don't think you're very familiar with him. You're not one of his people." The one-legged man nodded slightly. "Not really." The white-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then do you know of my deity's Templar?" The one-legged man nodded. "I've heard of it." The white-haired woman spoke coldly. "Since you've heard of it, then why are you helping him deal with my deity's Templar?" The one-legged man spoke softly. "I'm taking him somewhere." The white-haired woman asked, "Where?" The one-legged man fell silent. The white-haired woman spoke in a low voice. "You should know the strength of my deity's Templar. Is it really worth it to become enemies with my deity's Templar for him?" The one-legged man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Have you seen a woman in a plain dress?" The white-haired woman frowned slightly. "Her." The one-legged man nodded and asked, "Have you?" The white-haired woman shook her head. "No." The one-legged man spoke softly. "I think she's even more terrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished. Hiss. A tearing sound suddenly resounded. The white-haired woman's expression instantly became ferocious when she saw the one-legged man attack. And then she transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished on the spot. Rumble. Numerous voices resounded incessantly in the surroundings. On the other side, Jianzizai and the man with golden light didn't attack. Jianzizai glanced at the hall and saw the 6 statues. Obviously, these 6 statues were the gods worshipped by the deity's Templar. 6 gods. Jianzizai wasn't afraid of gods. On the contrary, she wanted to see the legendary gods. In the 4-dimensional universe, the so-called gods were too mysterious. Of course, in her heart, only the woman in the plain dress was qualified to be called a god. That woman's strength was unknown. The man with golden light's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's injuries had recovered by 20% to 30%. The man with golden light still had a solemn expression. The scene of Yi Xian killing the divine emissary lingered in his mind. That was a divine emissary. Yet he was instantly killed by Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian also had the ability to kill him in an instant. The man with golden light withdrew his thoughts and looked up at the sky with a trace of doubt in his eyes. How much longer would it take? Jian Zizai glanced at the man with golden light, then looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. That God might come. God. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Now the northern region and the temple had formed a stalemate. The northern region had a slight advantage, but if an expert from the temple came, or if that God came, at that time, the situation would be reversed in an instant. The temple could afford to delay, but he couldn't. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and looked at the man with golden light. When he saw Yi Xian look over, the man with golden light immediately became alert. He didn't dare to be careless against Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the man with golden light. His expression gradually became ferocious. Soon, an illusory xiaota suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Prison Pagoda. When he saw this xiaota, the man with golden light's expression changed greatly. He retreated hundreds of feet. Yi Xian stared at the man with golden light. The prison pagoda between his eyebrows began to tremble violently. Soon, the prison pagoda flew into the sky. In an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, everyone present looked at the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda. This was a supreme treasure of the fifth dimension. The man with golden light looked at Yi Xian. He slowly clenched his right hand and a powerful force gathered in his palm. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed. His entire body was trembling violently. It was as if he was holding back a powerful move. In the distance, the man with golden light's expression was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists and golden light constantly vibrated around him. At this moment his nerves were as taut as a bowstring. One could even say that he was a bit nervous. It was the scene of Yi Xian instantly annihilating the divine emissary that had left a shadow in his heart. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant that Yi Xian opened his eyes, the man with golden light's expression instantly changed violently. He swiftly slapped his palms downwards, and then countless strands of golden light surged out from within him. After that, they formed numerous thick golden barriers around him. However, he was stunned, because he noticed that there wasn't even the slightest movement. The man with golden light was stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly gazed at the white-haired woman who wasn't too far away from him. At this moment, there was a blood-red prisoner character above her head. At this moment, everyone here came to a sudden understanding. So Yi Xian's true target wasn't the man with golden light, and it was the white-haired woman instead. The white-haired woman was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually attack her. The white-haired woman quickly recovered from her shock, and she was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. Collect! As soon as his voice resounded, the pagoda trembled violently, and then a ray of red light enveloped the white-haired woman. She wasn't even able to react before she was absorbed into the pagoda. Rumble! The space in the surroundings shook violently as the pagoda transformed into a ray of black light that entered the center of Yi Xian's forehead. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. It's gone? The minds of the experts from the Divine Hall had gone blank. Not too far away, Yi Xian's face was extremely pale. He gazed at the man with golden light, and there was extreme fear in the man's eyes. Yi Xian was just about to speak when the man with golden light suddenly raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's over. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. A god has arrived? Chapter 752. Everyone was looking up at the sky. Above them, clouds suddenly gathered. Then a formless pressure came crashing down. Wherever the pressure passed, the space would distort. Divine might. The pressure seemed to intend to destroy all living beings, and it was extremely shocking. Down below, everyone's expressions changed when they felt the pressure. Even Jian Zizai and Azue had extremely solemn expressions at this moment. God. Everyone was looking up at the sky. Is the legendary god about to appear? Yi Xian looked up with a calm expression. God. Actually, he was very curious about what kind of existence the so-called God was. All along, gods had only existed in legends, but now he might be able to see one. As for the outcome, he didn't think too much about it. Because he'd done his best. Many things might not necessarily have a perfect outcome, but as long as he'd done his best and had a clear conscience, it was enough. Of course, he'd prepared for the worst. If I die, all of you won't have an easy time. At this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said, "He's not here yet." Not here yet? Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. In next to no time, the expressions of the experts from the northern region became extremely unsightly. He hasn't arrived yet, but the pressure is already so strong. If he's here in person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "The rest of the experts from the northern region leave." The Divine Hall was unable to stop these experts from the northern region, because there weren't many of them left. It wasn't that these experts from the northern region were useless, but the man with golden light and the god that was about to appear weren't existences that these experts from the northern region could resist. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Xianyuan clan suddenly laughed bitterly. "Young friend Yi, why are we leaving? If you lose, will our clans have a good ending?" The patriarch of the Wu clan nodded slightly. "We're on the same boat now. If you die, we die as well. So no matter what, let's face it together." Face it together. At this moment, they hadn't thought of abandoning Yi Xian because it was impossible. Their status in the hearts of the Divine Hall was too low. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said softly, "Since it's like that, then let's see how formidable this god of legend is." Everyone nodded. At this moment, they had already accepted it, because they would have to face it in the end. Yi Xian looked at Azue, who was not far away. "Senior, you are?" He was very curious about Azue. This Azue who suddenly appeared was not only powerful, but he was also helping him. Azue glanced at Yi Xian. "Azue?" Yi Xian asked again. "Why did Senior help me?" This was what he was most curious about. Azue pondered for a moment and said, "I want to take you to save someone." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" Azue said, "I'm sorry, I can't reveal his background." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, you are so strong that you can't save him." Zue suddenly said, "You can." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Azue hesitated and said, "That plain-dressed woman asked me to find you. Only you can take out her sword chi." Plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian was stunned and then quickly said, "Senior, you have seen her?" Azue nodded. Yi Xian asked again, "Senior, did you fight with her?" Azue quickly shook his head. "I didn't fight. I couldn't beat her." Yi Xian. At this moment, the golden man not far away suddenly said, "You are too humble." Azue looked at the golden man and the latter said calmly, "An expert from my temple fought with her." Azue nodded. "I was there." The golden man said, "That expert from my temple sent us a sound transmission saying don't be careless. In other words, she is very strong, but definitely not strong enough to make you fear her." Azue was stunned and then said, "He sent a sound transmission to you like this?" The golden man nodded. Azue frowned. "Does he have a grudge against your temple?" The golden man narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Azue said in a deep voice, "If he didn't have a grudge against your temple, why would he harm you? It shouldn't be. Don't be careless." When Azue thought of the plain-dressed woman, he felt his heart tremble. The golden man stared at Azue. "How strong is she?" Azue shook his head. "I don't know." How strong was the plain-dressed woman? He didn't know at all. Because when the woman killed the expert from the temple, she only used one sword. When she killed the man in the coffin, she also used one sword. How could they judge her strength? They were all done with one sword. The golden man looked at Azue. "If you leave now, you can still make it." Azue hesitated and then looked at Yi Xian, who was healing not far away. "He is coming with me." The golden man was expressionless. "Then you can be buried with him." As his voice fell, he looked up into the sky. At this moment, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, it was getting closer and closer. Azue looked up into the sky with a trace of worry in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, you should leave." Azue looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with Senior. I don't want to implicate Senior." Azue said in a deep voice, "Will you leave with me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I can't leave. I can't leave either." If he left, the northern experts behind him would all die. Azue was silent for a moment and then said, "Let me help you. If I really can't beat her, then I will leave. Is that okay?" He didn't want to curry favor with the plain-dressed woman. It was just that between the temple and Yi Xian, he favored Yi Xian more. Therefore, he wanted to plant a cause. As for what the effect would be in the future, he didn't think too much about it. The great Tao of the world was really unpredictable. Especially the Tao of karma. Perhaps one inadvertent action could change one's life in the future. It was because he had planted the seed of evil that he had ended up like this. Hearing Azue's words, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said to Azue, "Thank you." He was naturally grateful for Azue's decision. After all, Azue didn't owe him anything, but he was willing to stay and help him. He would naturally remember this favor in his heart. However, whether he could return it or not would depend on whether he could survive today. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the prison pagoda appeared in his hand. The prison pagoda trembled slightly as if it was expressing something. Yi Xian knew what the prison pagoda was expressing. The prison pagoda was telling him to run. Run. Unless he ran to the fifth dimension, it was meaningless. Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. He handed the prison pagoda to her. "Miss Lian Qian, this is for you." Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "This pagoda's intelligence has not completely awakened. Right now, it is like a child and is the best time to control it. So you Yinjia, and you can truly control it now, right?" Lian Qian nodded. "You want to give me this pagoda so that I can take your sister and your friends away?" Yi Xian shook his head. He looked at the experts of the Xianyuan clan and said softly, "If I save my sister and my friends, what about those who fought alongside me?" As he spoke, he looked at Lian Qian. "What I mean is, I don't want to implicate you Yinjia the Emperor Dog and Xiaoling, Lian Qian fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "Everyone's goal is this pagoda. If you give it to me, even if I can hide from the Divine Hall, I won't be able to hide from some others." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the distant horizon suddenly started to tremble. Everyone raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The space there had suddenly split apart, and then a ray of golden light shot out. It didn't take long for a white-clothed man to walk out from within the golden light. The white-clothed man's appearance was no different from a human's. He wore white clothes, had slanted brows and starry eyes, and he seemed very refined and distinguished. He just walked out from within the golden light, and the space here suddenly became illusory when he appeared in the starry sky. A god? Everyone gazed at the white-clothed man. Is he a god? Right at this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly gazed at the white-clothed man. "You're not a god. You're a human." The white-clothed man gazed at Jian Zizai and smiled. "I'm a servant of God." "A servant?" Jian Zizai gazed at the white-clothed man. "Why would you refuse to be a human and become a servant for someone else?" The white-clothed man grinned. "God can make me even stronger." Jian Zizai smiled. "So you're kneeling?" The white-clothed man replied softly. "What's wrong with kneeling?" "Kneeling allows me to live. Kneeling allows me to become stronger. And kneeling allows me to walk further on the path of the great path." As he spoke, he smiled. "Moreover, there's no difference between kneeling and standing. Miss Jian, you're mistaken." Jian Zizai suddenly laughed. To be able to describe kneeling in such a refreshing and refined manner, I have to say, I admire you. Your skin is even thicker than that of Yi Xian below. No, he's far inferior to you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He had been shot while lying down. The white-clothed man looked at Jian Zizai. "God said that if you're willing to be his servant, he'll let bygones be bygones and take you to the realm of ultimate bliss." "Servant?" Jian Zizai laughed out loud. "I, Jian Zizai, don't have the habit of kneeling." The white-clothed man nodded slightly. He opened his palm, and a golden talisman flew out from his palm. Soon, the golden talisman exploded, and in an instant, a golden afterimage flew out from it. This golden afterimage flew directly towards Jian Zizai. The corners of Jian Zizai's mouth curled up slightly. She stomped her right foot and soared into the sky. The white-clothed man looked at Yi Xian below. "You've blasphemed the might of God, and your sin is unforgivable. I've come to take your heads by God's order." As his voice fell, his right hand grabbed at Yi Xian's position. With this grab, a powerful force directly enveloped Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and four swords suddenly appeared in front of him. He roared, "If you don't fuse now, I'll be finished. Fuse." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his sword intent to fuse the four swords together. Boom. This time, the four swords did not resist. They directly fused into one sword. Buzz. The sound of a sword soared into the sky and resounded throughout the entire four-dimensional universe. P.S. If you combine your monthly votes and recommendation votes, something unexpected will happen. Chapter 753. Yi Xian chose to fuse the swords right away, because the white-clothed man's strength was absolutely not something that he could resist right now. He didn't want to fight until he was half dead before unleashing his ultimate attack. Fuse. That was one of his two greatest trump cards. According to his plan, if he couldn't fuse them, then he would use the immortal slaying sword gourd. Fortunately, the four swords didn't fight each other this time. At the instant that the four swords fused into one, a sword howl shattered the white-clothed man's strength. In midair, the white-clothed man frowned slightly. "What's that?" A sword was floating in front of Yi Xian. The sword was around a meter long, and it was extremely ordinary. It was so ordinary that it seemed like an iron sword that could be found anywhere on the streets. Yi Xian was quite stunned when he laid eyes on the sword, and he almost thought that he'd fused it wrong. What did I fuse it into? Right at this moment, the sword trembled slightly, and then a woman floated out from within it. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the woman, because the woman's appearance was slightly similar to the woman in the plain dress, but they weren't the same woman. Their bearings were completely different. But the woman before him gave off the feeling that she was the gentle type. The woman glanced at the surroundings with a dazed expression. Suddenly, she turned around to look at Yi Xian, and she was stunned when she saw Yi Xian. In the next moment, two streams of tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Senior." The woman suddenly walked over to Yi Xian, and then she stretched out her hand and placed it lightly on Yi Xian's face while tears continued to flow from her eyes. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman stroked Yi Xian's face lightly. "It's you. It's really you." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Senior, you are?" The woman grinned. "Your family." "Family?" Yi Xian was stunned. "My family?" The woman was about to speak when the white-clothed man suddenly laughed. "Family? Interesting." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "He wants to kill you?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman suddenly turned around, and in the next moment, she'd already appeared in front of the white-clothed man. The latter didn't even have the time to react before her hand had already grabbed his throat, and then a strand of sword intent instantly locked onto the white-clothed man's entire body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by this scene. Yi Xian was also petrified. This woman was so strong. In the air, the white-clothed man's mind was blank. The woman looked at the white-robed man. "You killed him?" The man in white stared at the woman. "Who are you?" "You." At this moment, the woman's right hand suddenly twisted. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded abruptly, and then everyone watched as the woman twisted off the white-clothed man's head. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Everyone was petrified. Jian Zizai and the one-legged man had grave expressions on their faces. Especially the one-legged man. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Why are all the women I've encountered so strong?" The woman tossed the head aside and directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. When she stood before Yi Xian, her expression suddenly softened. "I didn't scare you, did I?" Yi Xian. Everyone else. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian was also not used to it. This woman, at this moment, the space at the end of the distant horizon suddenly split open. An array of golden light spread out. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the golden light. Another expert had arrived. The woman in front of Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the golden light. Her eyes were extremely calm, and there was not a single ripple in them. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "That God might be coming." God. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. She looked at Yi Xian. Remember, there is no such thing as a God in this world. There are only more powerful people. Yi Xian frowned slightly. There is no God. The woman nodded. Many gods are just relatively powerful people. Because they are powerful enough, they call themselves gods or are treated as gods by others. Yi Xian looked at the woman. What about you? Are you a god? The woman smiled and said, Do I look like a god to you? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Can you tell me why you and the plain-dressed woman treat me so well? The plain-dressed woman? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Is she the owner of one of these 4 swords? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled and said, Then it's normal. Yi Xian was a little confused. What's normal? The woman smiled slightly. Nothing. Yi Xian was confused. The woman suddenly opened her palm. At this moment, the World Prison Pagoda suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking at the World Prison Pagoda, her eyes flashed with surprise. This pagoda? Yi Xian asked. You know it? The woman shook her head. I have never seen it before. This pagoda shouldn't be from this universe. Yi Xian nodded. It's from the 5th dimension. The 5th dimension? The woman looked at Yi Xian. The 5th dimension? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman was silent. Yi Xian looked at the woman. What's wrong? The woman looked around with a trace of confusion in her eyes. This is no longer the world I am familiar with. Saying this, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. I don't owe anyone anything. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. You have great karma on you. This karma is not only from the 4th dimension, but also from the 5th dimension. Saying this, her expression became somewhat cold. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Did you revive or? The woman collected her thoughts and smiled. I no longer exist. That's not right. I can only say that I'm living in another way. Yi Xian asked. Then you will disappear later, right? The woman smiled. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Yi Xian's expression dimmed. For some reason, he had a good impression of the woman in front of him. Or rather, he felt very close to her. At this moment, the woman smiled and said, Back then, after I reached my peak, I was unwilling to leave that world. However, my ability was too strong, and that world could not bear it. As such, I chose to split myself into 4. The woman in the plain dress you spoke of should be one of my clones. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman in the plain dress was a clone? Clone. Yi Xian was somewhat dumbfounded. Such a powerful person was actually a doppelganger? The woman continued. However, the current her is even stronger than when I was at my peak. As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at the horizon. With this glance, she could see countless star fields away. In that unknown star field, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, she said softly, You've sacrificed a lot. You should meet him. After saying this, she walked into the distance. Black-yellow great world, in front of the temple. The woman retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Xian, smiling. Fortunately, she's here. Yi Xian said solemnly. You can sense the 4 of them? The woman nodded. 2 of them. Saying this, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. The woman shook her head and did not speak. Yi Xian said solemnly. Can you revive? The woman smiled. You want me to live? Yi Xian nodded. I don't know why, but I feel very close to you. Hearing this, the woman's smile widened. I'm very happy. I really am. Ever since they had parted at the mountain crack that year, she had not smiled. Back then, she had not been willing to leave that world because he was there. She had protected that world for so many years not only because it was a small wish of hers, but also because she did not want anyone to destroy that world. Because he had once been in that world. The reason she had chosen to disappear forever as a clone was because he no longer existed in that world. Without him, even if she reached the peak of Sword Way, what was the point? After who knew how many years, she had lost the motivation to pursue Sword Way. The woman retracted her thoughts and once again looked at that unknown star field. She knew that the reason the woman in the plain dress was so strong was all because of an obsession. The woman in the plain dress had the motivation to pursue something. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Just how strong is she?" This she was naturally referring to the woman in the plain dress. The woman smiled, "Very strong." As she spoke, she looked around. In the end, her gaze fell on the World Prison Pagoda. There are 3 auras in this pagoda, and they are not particularly weak. Not particularly weak. Yi Xian was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to understand what the woman was talking about. The 8th and 9th floors. But what about the last one? Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman had said that they were not particularly weak. What did she mean by that? His understanding was that the 8th and 9th floors were very weak in the eyes of the woman. At this moment, it was extremely silent. Everyone was looking at the woman and Yi Xian. This was naturally a great thing for the experts of the North. But it wasn't a good thing for the Divine Hall. At this moment, all the experts of the Divine Hall had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The woman's strength was truly too terrifying. She was powerful to the point of instilling despair in their hearts. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and it didn't take long for an invisible pressure to sweep over. This pressure was completely different from before. At the instant this pressure appeared, the hearts of everyone in the surroundings trembled, and some actually knelt down on the spot. Even Yi Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. It was terror that came from the depths of his soul. At this moment, he actually couldn't control his fear. Jian Zizai and Azue had unprecedentedly solemn expressions on their faces as well. God. Without a doubt, it was definitely that so-called God who had come this time. Suddenly, the woman in front of Yi Xian waved her right hand. Hiss. A tearing sound resounded, and it didn't take long for the pressure to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, a man walked out from the golden light above them. As soon as he stepped out, the entire world shook violently. The woman in front of Yi Xian suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed the sword in front of Yi Xian. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Watch Qing Er's performance. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot into the sky. In the sky, the man who had just stepped out frowned slightly. "How dare you, mortal?" At this moment, his pupils constricted. "You." In the next moment he suddenly smashed his fist down. That punch seemed like it could destroy the world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the sword directly pierced through the fist. The pressure of the fist was simply overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the woman had appeared in front of the man. A ray of light flashed as she grabbed the man's head with her left hand and lifted it up lightly. Hiss. Just like that, the man's head was lifted up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone here was dumbstruck. The woman gazed at the head in her hand, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. A god? As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. Qing Er can fight 100 people like him. Yi Xian was speechless. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.